Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the sixth round of FIDE Candidates 2022, and I'm happy to announce my new colleague, Anna-Maja Kazarian, undisputed number one in Dutch women chess, multiple times Netherlands championship winner, and as far as I know, also bronze medals of 2015 European Team Championship, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm
Correct.
Yes, I'm happy to announce our new guest, such a strong chess player and a nice person to be.
Thank you so much, Daniil. Welcome, everyone. I'm super excited to be doing commentary together with you, Daniil, on this amazing event, the candidates, and we're already in round six.
Yeah, we're already in round six, and uh, I would like to ask you if you had an opportunity to follow the tournament precisely, and maybe you can a bit share about your expectations for the rest of the tournament, who impressed you and who upset you.
I haven't been able to follow very closely, but from a distance, I've noticed that Ding Liren and Firouzja, they were the public's one of the favorites, and I noticed they haven't been doing so well. So I'm expecting a sort of comeback from them in the upcoming rounds. So yeah, I'm really happy to see them do a bit better in the upcoming rounds. And I'm really surprised to see that Jan is leading currently. He has been doing really well. Obviously, he won the previous candidates tournament, but it will be amazing to see him win once again.
Yeah, it would be absolutely. Well, in my point of view, it won't be quite predictable because you rather expect someone like Ding or Caruana winning the candidates only at least according to their Elo rating. But FIDE candidates tournament has its own rules, and obviously the strongest wins.
Yeah,
So
I'm really looking forward to see how the upcoming rounds will develop because anything can still happen.
yeah, that's true indeed. And in such circumstances, I do expect, once again, I've been referring to the very hot weather in sunny Madrid, probably plus 40 degrees above Celsius almost every day, because I know like it's very severe to stay like in the middle of the Spain, not being near to the sea and suffer from the heat. And well, I do expect a lot of blunders still, and I can say that, well, obviously, kudos to all players. I don't want to disrespect anyone, but uh, taking into account that we've been predicting the moves quite often, at least with Elizabeth Pets, I do expect the same from both of us today, and uh, like we are all humans and all chess players make mistakes. So, but obviously now we have opportunity to follow eight best grandmasters, obviously a part of Magnus Carlsen live today, and the games will start just in 5 minutes, so we can make a little predictions, little bets regarding the on the today's round. And just reminding you the yesterday's results, we had a very entertaining clash between Caruana and Rapport. It was Teimour line, it ended in a draw. Radjabov was probably worse against Ding, but he stood cold-blooded and made a draw. And Firouzja-Duda was quite a calm game. In Petrov defense, again, it was a draw, and Nepomniachtchi-Nakamura probably spoiling a clear chance with like 92, which seemed rather illogical.
Yeah, I heard that Hikaru had a decisive advantage, but he was not able to convert it. And instead of 92, he had to play 94 and something like that. So that is a little bit upsetting for Hikaru. So I'm curious to see how he will be doing today.
Well, today he has white pieces once again against Ding Liren, so he has two whites in a row. And I can say that he will definitely try to bounce back because he didn't like he has nothing to get over, and he has like 50% score, like a pretty decent chance to qualify for the candidates. Just keep calm, like follow, like play chess on the with a like level of consistency. Do not make any blunders. I would make a little bit putzer's advice and win the games. I mean, obviously it sounds a bit ridiculous, but I think it's the best advice for anybody.
Absolutely, and I think he has a good chance considering Ding hasn't had a great tournament so far. What do you make of Ali Reza against Fabiano?
It might be a very entertaining clash because I think Alireza, as the winner of I think FIDE Grand Swiss tournament that took place in Riga last year, he only suffered one single loss, and it was against Fabiano Caruana. I can say he has a good memory in terms of bad results, and but I obviously, well, I do consider him trying to bounce back and like to kind of equal the score.
Okay, very interesting. And we also have Jan Nepomniachtchi against Jan-Krzystof Duda. I'm expecting a very exciting game there, but I can imagine that Jan wants to keep things safe as he is the sole leader currently.
Well, probably, if I'm not mistaken, he has whites today, so it's a
Correct.
very nice chance to be in a +3. If he wins today with white, I think the tournament is like almost over. Because even if he suffers one single loss in the second leg of the tournament, it won't hurt his like standing, his position on the cross table so much. So, like, if he wins today, he will be leading with a wide margin, and we definitely will expect him to be the candidate's winner in case of the positive result today. Positive, obviously, in terms of score. Well, and today I mean, it's a bit peculiar. We have a clash of two R's. We all remember about the famous KK rivalry between Karpov and Kasparov. We have our rivalry between Radjabov and Rapport. We have the clash of Jans. One is Jan-Krzysztof Duda and another one is Nepomniachtchi. Yeah, so like a day full of some interesting things, peculiarities, unusualities.
Absolutely, and the games are about to start. Do you expect certain openings to happen today, or do you think anything can happen at this point?
Well, I do expect Radjabov playing d4 first move because it seems that he prepared only d4 for this tournament, while in his childhood, while he was like adolescent, he used to play e4 more often. Between,
Hmm.
I think in the game between Nepomniachtchi and Duda, I do expect Petrov defense because I think Duda had black yesterday as well, and he equalized
Yeah,
easily
correct.
against Firouzja in Petrov defense. And it was, in my point of view, a very wise decision because um, Firouzja could have been like hot-tempered after such a painful loss against Jan Nepomniachtchi. But like my first prediction was like completely wrong, and Radjabov opted for e4. So
Oh!
yeah, like so please like I hope it won't appear in YouTube in like a section like top fails of chess grandmasters. So me predicting d4 instead of e4, it would be such a shame.
It's okay. It's okay. We will not blame you for that. It's almost like, I mean, e4 and d4 are one of the main moves, and it's very. I feel like for the grandmasters, it's so easy to switch between them. They're so familiar with all of the openings, so it will not matter that much for them because they're so familiar with them. Let's see um how Richard will respond to this.
Well, probably e4 has been such a shock for Robert as well as for me. And I don't know if he kind of hesitates, if he afraid of playing Taimano once again. But yesterday I had a like more profound view on Robert Grandmaster's repertoire. And to be honest, I've been analyzing like yesterday's game with my colleague Vladimir Fedoseev, very strong GM, over 2700.
Okay.
And we figured out that his opening repertoire is very similar to Ulf Anderson. And
Oh.
regarding like taking into account that his current second on the tournament, at least he has shown up is Lubomir Lubovich, like the famous like old school grandmaster back to 70s, 80s, like a very, very strong player who's been competing in the same tournaments with uh, Ulf Anderson himself, obviously Anatoly Karpov, Garry Kasparov, and I adore the style of play of Richard Rapport because like he kind of brings us the likeness, the nostalgia, takes us to the old times with his opening repertoire.
Oh, that's very exciting to hear. And we see indeed the Sicilian on the board, and it looks like they're heading to this is the Taimanov?
Yeah, this is Taiman, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not very familiar with the names of the openings, so don't blame me if I'll make any kind of mistake. An A6 instead of Queen C7, like a little deviation from. I mean, it's not a little deviation. It's just um, a very like fine option. Knight C6 is played at once. Obviously, D6, D6 is not a move like according to the like a vulnerable b6 square. White can simply take on d6 and having like a much better endgame. So b takes c6 must be played, and then I think queen d3 is on the board.
Okay,
Well,
yes, you typically want to take towards the center, so that's why b takes c6 is much better indeed to prepare to move d5. So would you say d5 should be considered here already?
yeah, it seems to me that yes, why not, d5 is a valid move. And after d5, white can develop in many ways. I think the purpose of queen d3 was strengthening the queen to g3. This is a very, I mean, obvious move in terms of logics. So after d5, I do expect queen g3 at once, like keeping an eye on g7, but not uh, like kind of locking down the bishop on f8.
Indeed, and the what is the last move on the board? It's okay.
I think
D5 has
g5
been
is
played.
yeah is already on the
Okay,
board. Yeah, that's right.
okay. So yeah, Queen G3 looks like a very logical
Yeah,
move,
queen
and I'm
g3 is played.
expecting. Okay, that's been played. Now, what's Black's next plan? Because you're not able to move that bishop from f8.
So far, no, but we can start with knight e7. I think this kind of setup was already played by Richard in the first round against Duda, but he was in a big trouble even after move 7 when Duda pushed c5. It was a very, very good decision. I think knight e7 in this position doesn't hurt much because we already played d5. We created some tension in the center, and like the alternative is to play g6, but somehow I don't like it so much. But I
It
think
looks very weakening, yeah.
also h5 could be played. It's a very typical, very typical move in this kind of position. So after queen g3, Roper takes his time, and we can like kind of let him play and probably take a look another game. So you choose the game, and I'll switch.
Let's have a look at Ali Reza against Fabiano. Let's see how they started their game.
Yeah, good point. Wow, and this is somewhat
Okay.
for me as a Catalan player is not I'm very familiar with. Like queen g3 is kind of, I think at least it can be transposed to d6 c4. It's probably like the same position, like it occurs. But then after a6, I know that it's very important to include knight e5 instead of castle because castle leads to the very well-known theory after b5, and there is a plenty of moves for both sides. But knight e5 is kind of a bit more precise, like to say the least. I mean, not allowing b7, b5, of course, like you allow this move, but after queen c2, like this diagonal issue, and after rook e7, we can play bishop e3. I think it's a little bit more like it's easier to play with white in my point of view.
I believe so too. Looks very active for white and really difficult to deal with for black.
Well, you can carry on with rook a7, but like the game goes on, we can even castle because like the pawn seemingly untouchable because of bishop e3. Well,
Yeah,
still the
that's
game, yeah, the game goes on, but I do consider white to be favorites in this position.
absolutely. You do not want to go in this line voluntarily.
Yep. 23, this is something. Well, I believe it's not a new move, but it's at least it's an attempt to avoid like the well-known positions, trying to get off the road.
Yeah, it's interesting because another move could be queen c2 instead, and it would lead to similar type of position. So perhaps he wants to be able to develop knight c3 without being worried that the c4 pawn will be captured.
Yeah, that's valid point indeed. And queen c2, as you said, is also a possibility. I think like the first one who invented this move on the regular basis, or at least I like the idea of queen c2 after Dubov-Yesipenko game in 2020 superfinal. So I noted from like for myself, I took a note that queen c2 is a very interesting move, and it show-offs in the particular line after c5. So we take on c5. Still, black has a bunch of moves like knight a6, queen a5. I think queen a5 is the most solid option. But I had like a few games, and my score in this position is maybe over 90% for with white pieces, because I do like it.
Wow.
Yeah, so like a5, I think the main line, b5, bishop c5, and like we have to play like make a little play with a little preciseness, play knight bd2 first instead of castling, like aiming knight b3. And this position is not easy to play with black at all.
Correct. Yeah, this looks very complicated, and white seems like has a nice position here. So yeah, very interesting line.
Yeah, it's like it looks like a Benoni, but well, we already have a very active bishop on g2, and kind of preventing black from playing b6, like b7, b6, because of the weakness of the diagonal.
Yeah, and the light squared bishop of black will have a difficult time developing. So
Yeah, indeed.
this looks much better for white.
Well, it's a quite playable line for both sides, but I believe it's a little bit easier to play with white. I mean, the plan is very, very clear.
Makes a lot of sense. So far, no new moves in this game. So it looks like Fabiano is taking his time here because, well, it seems like there is a move played. Oh, was there a move played?
I think no, but
Oh,
yeah, we
okay.
can like briefly take a look at c5. I mean, this opportunity looks very similar to the line with queen c2, and I'm trying to guess what's wrong with c7, c5, or there is nothing wrong with that move.
It looks like it's a better situation here for black compared to the line with queen c2 because now the queen is not looking directly to the pawn on c5 anymore. So I feel like this could be playable for black.
Yeah, indeed, it's very, very principled option. After c5, I would rather expect like from white taking on c5 still. Like, but then you have like knight a6 and knight c5 is hanging with the tempo, so that's probably like the difference between queen c2 and queen d3 in terms of a very direct response from black. But c5 is not played yet, so yeah, it's not that obvious for black what to do, because they have plenty of options, plenty of lines they can transpose to other well-known line, playing c6 and b6. I'm a little bit surprised with Alireza opting for Catalan. c5 is on the board. Mm,
Okay, there we go.
yeah, I think like d takes c5 is like one of the fewest reasonable options. I mean, in terms of like distinctive position. I mean,
Right.
distinctive from
And
other lines.
Yeah, I was considering what if you ignore the pawn on c5 and simply develop knight c3?
Well, it's yeah, I have to agree with you. It's very logical. And then, well, I'm failing to guess the move, to find the move with black. So I would expect for Fabiano considering all opportunities, but castle is playing instead of knight c3, so probably it could be kind of transposition to the line. So I think like castle, knight c6, knight c3 can be the position. Well, but it's not that clear because probably we're giving up the pawn, or maybe
Right, now the pawn is under attack on
yeah,
d4.
first d takes c4, queen c4, and then knight or c takes c4. Still not clear, and well, I think we shall figure it out later because probably Firouzja will take a bit of time to recall the line, but c5 is like the most principled response, and I think Fabiano knows what he does.
Right. And it looks like Alireza has actually castled.
Yeah, he
So
did.
that is on the board.
Mhm.
So now it's on Fabiano to decide what to play. But knight c6 looks like a very logical move.
Yeah, like you develop like one of the last, like we've used undeveloped pieces, like knight c6, probably knight c3 is failing to d takes c4. Well, we can take on d5, but after c takes d5, black can investigate an option of taking on d5 even with the pawn, so it's not that senseless.
Right. There's many options here for black, and it looks like black will be able to consolidate very easily in this position. And you don't need to rush taking the pawns on either c4 or d4. With the move knight c6, you're able to put more pressure on the pawn on d4. So there's no rush for black to capture those pawns.
Yeah, absolutely no rush, so probably he will just keep the tension in the center, like play maybe b6, bishop b7, or somewhat like that. Well, I think it's a good time to move on and take a more profound look on the clash of two Jans.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we're moving to Nepomniachtchi against Duda.
Let's see how they started their game. Okay.
Wow, that's kind of unusual for such kind of a tournament. So you got Reti, knight of 3, and like according to the opening in the game, you may guess the special guest today. I won't say his name, so it will be a kind of a little secret until he comes. But just take in mind that we have a Reti on the board, like g3, bishop g4, bishop g2, e6, one of the most solid setups for black. Castle knight d7, h3, bishop h5, d4, knight g f6. So Duda almost blitzed it all out.
Okay, looks like he's in his preparation.
Yeah, I know, like I see the chat. Yeah, like Jose told that Caruana versus Ding seems to be the match of the day. Well, indeed, but no, but Caruana is not playing against Ding, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Yeah, we have Hikaru against Ding today.
Anyway, at some point of the tournament, Caruana will play against Ding, at least in the second leg. Yeah, they played the first game they played yesterday or 2 days ago. It was like Ragozing, and it ended peacefully in a draw.
hmm
Caruana came up with a nice opening idea on move, I think 7. It's been only one game in the database, so I'm very surprised how strong grandmasters and their like seconds, their teams are able to found the deviations on the very early moment of the game. So that's impressive.
Yeah, it's incredible to see how many novelties they're able to find. And as you said early in the game, it's you'd say everything has been discovered already.
Well, I mean, like some novelties on move 7 or some very rare lines just prove once again that chess is not only the game of a game of computers, it's a game of humans, of their ability to came up with unusual and at the same time logical and strong ideas. So like the essence of these ideas brings you the results. It's very important.
Absolutely.
And this is the position I'm not very familiar with, but I do consider it is like already played and not even once. It's like it seems very, very logical. And once again, just to point out the sense and the reason of c takes d5, just not to like to pay less attention on the queen side, because in some positions black is aiming to take on c4, pretending to be super fine being pawn up, and Jan decided to trade the pair of central pawns c takes d5, e takes d5, knight e5. Of course, I'm super curious, what if knight takes e5? Like, we're not asked on that exact move.
That is the first logical move to consider.
Yeah, like it should be explained. And after knight d7, I'm kinda... Well, probably I've got the point that I think Jan's idea is to play f2, f4, and bishop can be trapped in like some particular way.
Yeah, it looks not so great for this bishop on h5, and it's surprising to see because the bishop is out. Usually it's stuck on c8, but here it's on h5, and it looks very awkward over there. So that's really surprising to see.
Yeah, I may agree with you, because bishop on c8 would rather feel himself comfortable, but like bishop g4 is a very active move, and like personally, in such kind of pawn structures, I do like to like release the beast from the cage, just put it on g4, and like even like in some positions even trading on f3. So I think like with that pawn structure, usually it's okay for black to trade the pair of light square bishops, or just trade like this bishop on g4. But obviously bishop g4 has its own drawbacks. After f2, f4, it rather feels itself uncomfortable, because g4 and f5 is threatening. So I'll be responsible for drawing arrows. That's my like favorite task all time. But the current position is like with the knight on e5, and if bishop d6, I wonder f2, f4 is an option still.
Seems like it, and it weakens the square e4, but I'm not entirely sure if black is able to make use of that in the next few moves, because if black doesn't do anything with this square, white will be able to perhaps play knight c3, develop the queen to d3, and then control e4, and maybe consider playing e4 at some point.
Yeah, it easily could be um, like a valid move, a valid plan. And after f2, f4, like the direct threat is just to push g4 and like and detain the bishop, arrest it.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see how Duda will respond to this, as after 95, it's not so clear what he should do.
Well, somehow I believe he will try to get rid of this knight on e5, but it's not that obvious how to deal with it, because knight e5 like looks very, very principled, but uh, it's not like a clearly good idea, because of once again f2, f4 push, and like g4, f5 is kind of hanging. Like it's
Right.
the black's position like seems very, very vulnerable. After bishop c5, we can play simply king h2. I think it would be rather Logical because it creates the threat of g4. Once again, just to mention, king h1 doesn't create a threat of g4 because after g4, black has a little and cute tactical blow, bishop takes g4. And we cannot take on g4 because of the like very like shameful mate.
Wow, that's a very cute tactic. I would really be happy to see this in this tournament, but I don't think the players will allow such tactics. So that's a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like the problem of that kind of tournaments that like people are less entertained because of I can't say of the games being very boring, but of the lack of the blunders, of the lack of the facial expressions. Obviously, I don't speak about Nakamura. Like his face says a lot during the game and after the game. But I think like this kind of like low blows after g4, bishop takes g4 would drastically increase the number of followers of chess channels in YouTube and Twitch and other platforms.
Indeed. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the stakes are so high in this tournament. I don't think anyone will do this on purpose either. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see when such moments will ever happen in
Yeah,
this tournament.
yeah, that's why we just have to mention that blitz chess and rapid chess are quite. I mean, they're more pleasant and more popular to watch on internet because like the game lasts less and people get more excited just because it rarely takes more than like half an hour, 1 hour, and people make much more mistakes. They produce way too more blunders, way too more like crucial mistakes, and obviously the more mistakes you have, the more it is more entertaining to watch for the spectators. But like classical chess is like it's a sport, a very hard sport, like a pole vault, because it's a clash of two strong mentalities, two strong minds and sharp minds. And obviously, in terms of chess being also an art, I do consider classical chess to be an essence of arts and sports.
Very well said, Daniil, and I fully agree with you. So yeah, classical chess has its own beauty, and with the commentary, we hope to provide you this and make you understand that there is so much more in chess than the blunders and the big mistakes we see often in online chess, blitz and bullet. Daniel, we have a question in the chat. We see that Blue Boy is asking, isn't Black's development and White's open king plus underdevelopment compensation for taking the bishop, though?
Yeah,
So
can you repeat the question, please?
isn't Black's development and White's open king plus underdevelopment compensation for taking the bishop? So basically implying that Black has a lot of compensation because more developed pieces and the king will be open after the move f4, White's king.
Yeah, so if we're talking about that particular position, I would rather answer that White is not like very forced to push g4 and f5 at once, and we just can keep the tension on the king side. I think Black cannot really exploit it. If they cannot exploit it at once, just immediately, I don't think it's a good idea for Black to lead to this position.
Indeed, and I agree with that. It's much easier for white to defend here. The king is not. It looks exposed, the white king on g1, but it's able to hide very safely on either h1 or h2. And there's no need to worry about the king's safety because sooner or later the white pieces will support the king if you push g4.
Yeah, fair point. I completely agree with you. So
So I hope that answers the question.
yeah. I mean, like obviously we decided to show a little tactical blow after King H1. I mean, like the that shows off a little vulnerability of White's king, but after King H2, it probably creates a direct threat. Like let's say if a black castles, we can play G4 and then Bishop takes G4. doesn't work due to bishop to h3, like covering the king and probably aiming, planning queen e1.
Yeah, that looks very good for white, and no danger for the white king
Yeah,
either.
absolutely. So 95, I think I can't say it's a well-known idea, but I think that's computer's main suggestion.
Yeah, and Duda has been spending quite some time on this move already. So I'm curious to see what he will decide to play eventually.
Me too, but well, I would rather pick white, so because I'm failing to to offer you any kind of move with black pieces because 95 is not working. Bishop d6 is the move, a
Hmm.
logical one, but I don't like black position after f4. I think it's just in terms of human beings, it's easier to play this position with white due to a very clear and logical plan.
Indeed, and even though white hasn't developed much yet, the white's plan is really clear, and there's a direct threat too in black's position. So that's why white is not worried about the lack of development, because the king is also castled, the bishop is on g2 just fine, and the knight is very strong on e5.
Yeah, I think like this knight is named in honor, like knight supported with a pair of pawns is named in honor of uh, British chess grandmaster Pillsbury. I think like it's Pillsbury ring with d4, f4 pawn supporting e5, if I'm not
Oh wow.
mistaken. Like I'm not very familiar with the chess theory, but I think I'm not mistaken at this very moment.
Well, that sounds really impressive to me already.
Well, because this knight, it's a very common thing in some queen's gambits. Like you put the knight on e5, put the bishop on d3, and create some like very, very dangerous attacking threats. So knight on e5 is a very, very strong, very solid piece because it's can like seemingly it will never be taken, it will never be captured because of the potential f takes e5 or d takes e5, just threatening the center, and black is lacking this, like the white has a space advantage.
I agree with you. Yeah, that definitely makes white's position much more comfortable.
Yeah, I'm very curious why Duda opted for this particular line. I think even c takes d5 was rather harmless.
Yeah, perhaps this is a bit more preferred, symmetrical pawn structure, somewhat. So, and now there's the knight e5 move is still could be considered,
Mhm.
but less effective as in the previous position.
Well, who knows? I mean, like c takes d5 as well as e takes d5 is an option to be considered. Like the only drawback of black's position that they're knight on d7. Obviously, with after c takes d5, we would rather place it to c6 square. But this drawback is kind of temporary because still black has a plan putting the knight to c6, even like wasting a pair of tempos.
Yeah, this knight is indeed misplaced on d7. So yeah,
And
looks
like especially
yeah.
against Jan Nepomniachtchi, I would rather prefer c takes d5 and to receive the symmetrical position than some kind of unbalanced stuff after e takes d5 and knight e5.
Absolutely.
Like after first half an hour, I do expect Jan to be pushing very, very much in this game.
He seems pretty convincing already, and it has brought Duda to the situation where he's spending quite some time.
Hmm.
So that already gives this very small advantage to Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't know what does the evaluation slider say, but I do believe it's slightly white has a pleasant edge.
Absolutely, and it's most likely like a very convincing one practically.
Yeah, agreed. I
So
think.
we still haven't seen the last game. We've seen three of the games so far.
Mhm.
Do you want to have a look at the final game that we haven't looked yet?
Yeah, I think it's not the question about if I want to. I think it's our duty to keep to make some like profound view on every game as we can, even not using any kind of chess engines. Yeah, let's move to
Absolutely.
Nakamura against Ding.
Very curious about the game. It could go any way. And I think Hikaru wants to be aggressive in this game after yesterday's draw.
Well, probably he's a little bit angry on himself after spawning that kind of chance, but I think we all seeing his like facial expressions. I think, yeah. Well, I strongly recommend you to follow World Chess Instagram in order to being updated on some peculiar moments of the tournaments, and like Hikaru's facial expressions told a lot about his spoiled chance in yesterday's game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And we're moving to Nakamura against Ding.
Let's have a look. Oh
Hmm.
wow. That looks like they've been playing for hours already.
Yeah, we've got much more move than in any of the games today. I'm just very curious about like what is your preferred option with white, like the first move? You rather e4 or d4 player?
I'm an e4 player. I have rarely played other lines like knight f3 on the first move, c4 and d4, but mainly e4, and the other moves are like optional to switch up a little bit, but typically e4. How about you?
Well, like recently, just to remind you, we had a little conversation. I think it's been like a couple of 3 days ago with Sam Shankland. It's been during the World Chess broadcast, and he mentioned in his opinion. Um, he claims that it's much harder to switch from d4 to e4 than from e4 to d4. So I consider myself as a clear d4 player, but I'm trying to expanding, trying to widening my opening repertoire, adding e4. I think yet I know a bunch of lines, but still, like I'm not 100% sure. Even sometimes I hesitate to play e4 against much weaker players. So like d4 is I'm solid rock in d4, but I don't feel that
Okay.
comfortable in e4. So I mean, why I decided to ask it, because I think it would be smart enough, if clever enough, if you will be responsible for e4 positions and I'll be responsible for d4 positions.
Absolutely, yes. I'll try to give as much as insight as I know because I've been playing E for all my life, but to this day there are still lines that surprise me because there's so many lines against E4, and D4 has also many lines against to play against, but yeah, there's so much variety against E4, so it's like never ending.
Yeah, that's true. And just like a little addition to what Sam Shankland said, like why he believes that switching from D4 to E4 is easier than from E4, like than vice versa. That, for example, if you face King's Indian after D4, you would rather be like equal if you fail to recall the theory, or even slightly better. But if you play against Knight Dwarf and you don't remember the exact line, you can go like very very worse just from the very beginning.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of theory in the Night Earth. So yeah, that's a lot of it's a lot that you need to know if you're facing the Night Earth or playing the Night Earth yourself. But yeah, in this game, E4 was played on the first move.
Yeah, so I'm delegating my responsibilities to you. uh,
So very solid so far. Bishop C4, going for the Italian. Have you are you very familiar with the Italian or
Well,
I mean,
obviously I know some lines, but there
yeah.
is a lot of lines in Italian for like for gioco piano, as it said as well, for both sides. And I think like this setup for black is like kind of solid rock, and rook e1 a5 was is already been played, I think, by Ding in this particular tournament, because like I think black's main idea is to put their queen to b8 and then to a7, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, and we do see that in the game as well, queen to b8. And this diagonal is very annoying for white because the f2 pawn is a big target for black. And it's easy to defend the pawn, but you'd rather not take the time to defend the pawn because you want either to play d4 at some point or start an attack on the king side when moving the knight from d2 to f1 or to e3 from f1 to e3 or g3 and control the square f5.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I think it's precisely it's been the game between Duda and Ding in round two, I guess, which ended up peacefully. But Duda opted for some queen c2, knight f1, bishop d2 setup, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe he even started with queen c2. So Ding already had exactly that kind of position after move 10, after queen b8, and even after bishop takes c6. So bishop b6, a4. Wow, a4 is somewhat. I can't say it's new because I'm not familiar with this position at all, but I may guess like the idea is to put the rook on the third rank and trying to keeping an eye on the black's king with an idea to play knight h4 and then rook g3, which kind of looks very logical after a4, rook a3 maneuver.
That looks really nice indeed. And this bishop on b6 is also very pretty bad right there because it doesn't have access to many squares. And as long as white is able to keep an eye on the pawn d4 and defend it as much as possible, this bishop is not doing much on b6. So I think the move a4 also stops black from playing a4 to create some more space in the position.
Yeah, that's fair point. I agree. But okay, well, black's bishop on b6 responsibility is just to keep an eye on d4 pawn and maintain the like the tension in the center. So after queen a7, like there is direct threat of capturing the pawn on d4, which is like hanging on the spot. At knight f1, like solves the issue of d4 pawn, just for now. d5 and then played. Well, black had to figure out what they should do with the pawn structure in the center. The knight e4, a very active move, knight 1 d2, bishop f5, rook e2, and it's black to move. And I think c5 is the most natural option for Ding to play because it's kind of well, we're disrupting, we're destroying the center. C5 looks very very logical.
Yeah, and obviously you want to free up some more squares for this bishop on b6, so the capture on c5 would benefit black a lot. And I'm not sure what white's plan is. Previously, we had a very clear plan of moving the knight to h4 and moving the rook to g3 and start an attack on the king side. But right now, with the knight on e4, it will make the task is much more difficult for white.
Yeah, so we have to solve the issue with d4 pawn because d takes c5, like giving up the tension. I don't think it would be a great idea because bishop c5 and there is a double attack. Rook a3 is hanging and bishop f2 is in the air as well. And d takes c5, it means it's not an option at all. And c takes d4 is a direct threat, but Nakamura was blitzing it out till the current position. So probably he has something in his mind after c5 as well.
Okay, so
But it's not that
um
clear from the human's perspective.
yeah, it's a very complex position, and black has the pair of bishops, and if those bishops are at least the bishop on b6, if that one is freed, I would rather take the black pieces because to me it looks much more clear what black wants to do here. One of the things being that first of all you're attacking the pawn on d4, and if the d4 pawn will be removed, then the e5 pawn will be the next target. So black has a lot of play here.
Yeah, that's actually true. So after c5, let's suggest at least one opportunity, like one valid move for Hikaru. Like, undoubtedly, this position's been on his personal computer, and I may expect some knight h4 jumps. Well, I'm not like quite sure about knight h4 because of simple bishop h7, and like Dr. Zigbertash would be swearing on me for this knight on h4 without proving like it's by force. Like knight e4 can be the move, and then like d takes e4 or even bishop takes e4 is not well. I'm failing to evaluate the position because after rook g3 I would rather prefer whites.
Yeah, the tables turn around really quickly here because now white has a huge attack on the king side, and bishop takes h6 is direct threat.
Mhm.
So yeah, now black will have problems defending because the majority of the pieces are on the opposite side of the king. So it will be very difficult for black to defend.
Yeah, so bishop h6 is hanging right there. After rook g3, if black try to protect the pawn on h6, white has an option of sacrificing in exchange on e4. And initially I've been considering queen g4, like creating a very direct threat of mating on g7. g6 is probably the only move. And even queen e4 then with upcoming knight e5 looks quite dangerous for black.
Yeah, there's a lot of options here for white. So it looks like you found a way to deal with this position.
Well, still, I don't believe in my ability to guess the moves of much stronger players, but I rather expect some interesting, some curious idea from Hikaru after c5, because c5, knight h4, I think it's not easy with black to proceed.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, because it looks like black has so much pressure on white's position, but once the knight on e4 is gone, it's suddenly very difficult to make use of all of the threats that black created.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And after c5, I mean, instead of c5, the other logical move that we didn't look at was bishop takes d4, but probably it fails to knight e4 and black is simply piece down.
Looks like it, yeah. Perhaps there's d takes e4, and after knight takes d4, you can still play rook d8,
Yeah, I think we can, but then I thought we have
and
rook
then rook d2.
d2 just protecting everything and winning the game. So it's not that easy, but Ding decided to play rook a8, which rather seems to be, well, at least it looks very, very unusual. Knight b3 is like it's an instant response from Hikaru, and then c5. So now when knight moved out from d2 square, there is no more knight h4, knight takes e4 ADS, and probably now c5 absolutely suits the position in order to break through, to simplify the stuff on the board and equalize the game. So c5 I do like it all.
Yeah, it's surprising to see that Hikaru is allowing the knight on e4 to survive and stay there, because if the knight is on e4, I feel like black has a really nice advantage, and the position will soon be able to open up.
Mhm. Yeah, this play looks very, very natural.
Yeah, I'm not very convinced by the move knight b3, but I'm curious to see if Hikaru has something in mind here.
Well, I would rather expect bishop e3, sorry, uh, keeping maintaining the tension.
Makes sense. And the problem is after c takes d4, there is knight b takes d4, and you threaten all sorts of things. The bishop on f5 is hanging, and there's also knight c6 fork. So I believe that is what Hikaru is planning to do.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah, he might still have bishop d7, but at least white's position looks kinda active. Well, as well as black's, but that's the question. I mean, like who's gonna be ahead?
Yeah, because black's next move is probably c5, and
Yeah, just
yeah, black
boxing
will be
out the knight.
controlling the center pretty much.
Hmm.
So this looks very convincing for black, but yeah, I do like the idea that you want to capture with the knight on d4.
And like we already have some, we already have an update.
Oh
No, I
wow!
think so. No, bishop c5 was played. So he've chosen for knight to keep on the board instead of bishop. So bishop c5, knight takes c5, queen c5, and knight is heading towards d4 square, which looks very, very juicy for it.
That looks really nice. And the first move that comes in mind is what happens after rook takes e5, because you're taking a pawn and you're defending the bishop that is hanging. But I believe there is a move, either f4 or bishop f4, and black will have a big problem.
Yeah, indeed. And also, I saw that probably Hikaru tries to swindle his opponent with knight f5, rook f5, rook e4. I'm not like very, very convinced whether it works, but after queen f2, I think king h2, like white is super safe and they're just piece up.
Yeah, and that looks completely winning.
Maybe there are some tricks after knight f5. I'm not like quite sure, but it looks very, very tempting.
Yeah. So nice move, knight d4. And yeah, what is black going to do? I'm guessing the bishop has to move, and um I feel like bishop h7 is not a bad move, or bishop g6.
No, I do like them both. I think maybe bishop g6 is a little bit more accurate in order to prevent some rook g3 and like mating connected ideas. Maybe bishop g6 is a little bit more precise. I'm not convinced at all, but I believe it's an option. Bishop g6, valid point.
Yeah, perhaps black should be careful for moves like f4 again.
Hmm.
With the same idea to trap the bishop in this game too.
Yeah, then after f4, black's knight looks very, very solid on e4, but the other pieces don't do that much. Don't do that much. And f5, like after king h2, is a potential threat. Yeah, I would rather pick white in this position. Probably black may have some ideas connected with like queen a7, c5, but like knight c6, fork issues are still in the air. So black needs to be very, very accurate.
Right, yeah, so
Yeah,
really interesting play by
yeah, I
Hikaru.
think we should sum up that it's like from the human's perspective, it's a little bit preferable for white to play.
I agree. I fully agree. Which is interesting because the knight on e4 seems really strong, but now with the dark squared bishop not being present anymore on the board of black, it's much more difficult to see what this knight on e4 will be able to do.
Yeah, correct. So they're lacking the tension in the center, so knight d4 is potentially a stronger piece than knight on e4 because it can be kicked out with a2, f3 moves and asked where it will go. Well, so
Yeah,
Ding takes his time and he's already like 38 minutes down. Like Nakamura is 38 minutes respectively ahead in terms of time of Ding Liren.
that's quite a big difference. But the players have a lot of time throughout the whole game because of the time control, which is a little bit different from the regular classical time control. So they have much more time, but it's still a very big difference.
Actually, I'm not quite sure because imagine like having 2 hours for like first 40 moves, having no increment. It equals to having 140 plus 30-second increment till the move 40. So it's
Okay.
almost the same. Well,
Almost,
usually we
yeah.
play 130 plus 30 seconds
Yeah.
per move, 140. I think I've only played tournaments like Aeroflot's Open, maybe Gibraltar with such time control. I remember
Okay.
in Gibraltar losing on time in a winning position, like the first time I faced like move 60, like another time stage. And I've been convinced that the time should end after move 50, so I lost on time after move 54, being convinced that I've already
No.
got the extra time in a completely winning
Oh.
position.
Okay, and you weren't getting increment or
No, no, no.
anything like that.
So I was playing so calmly. And I was like figuring out the different, like a little difference in the position, but the position was like absolutely winning. And but I've been convinced, I don't know, maybe I've convinced myself that the time adds after move 50. So when the move
Ah,
50 like was gone, I was like I feel relaxed, like in sort of like serenity and I lost in time after move 54, and my opponent like he claimed to arbiter, and arbiter told me like that I've lost in time, and I was like in a complete shock for like maybe 15 minutes. So like I couldn't move. I mean, that was one of the most severe shocks in my life, like losing on time
I'm really
universally.
sorry to hear about that. And maybe to ease a little bit, I can tell you that you're not alone because I had a sort of similar situation where I'm very used to that you get 30 minutes after move 40.
Hmm.
And this time, it was a double round tournament, so 2 rounds in one day. And I unfortunately flagged in a situation where I thought, okay, I'm getting 30 minutes added to my clock, and I ended up not getting it. While it was either I was winning or it was a completely drawn end game, like I could not lose. So that was very upsetting. And yeah, it goes to show that anything can happen, and we all make mistakes.
Yeah, we're all humans. We have to agree on that. That's a pity. So I feel sorry for you too. Well, but that's what makes us a stronger, like a stronger personalities. That kind of, I don't know even how to say that. So that kind of like unlocks
Mm-hmm.
fails. I would say that's really a
Yeah.
fails.
Yeah, it happens, and all we can do is learn from it and not allow it to happen again.
Yeah, to be at least less misfortunate. Yeah.
Yes.
Now bishop d7, bishop f4 is on the board instead of f4. So bishop d7 is kind of wise because he decided to take a proper control on b5 square just in case of any knight jumps to b5. So probably he was aware of bishop e3, and maybe after bishop e3 he could have taken on e5, but I'm not like 100% convinced because knight f3 could be a move. So bishop
Right.
e3 was like a normal move in my point of view as well. But he opted for bishop f4, a more active alternative. Probably, like we have to take into account that the f3 is a potential threat, and now we've already covered g3 square. So let's say if black moves somewhere, maybe rook b8, which with the idea of playing rook b4, we can like box out the knight from e4 playing f3. Well, it still leads to a very complex and like a double-edged position, but I think Hikaru knows what he does. He's way ahead on time, and I think we've done pretty good job for the first hour of our like commentary duty, but obviously we are delighted to provide you with fun commentary and entertaining commentary stuff. And it's a good moment to have a short break and be back in the studio very, very soon. So stay tuned, don't switch off. We are back to the studio and we are very, very delighted to introduce you a very the nicest person, a real connoisseur of foreign languages and a very strong grandmaster and a graduate from Karlov University, if I'm not mistaken, of the philosophical faculty of Karlov University in Prague, David Navara. David, hello. It's a pleasure to have
Hello,
you here.
Daniil. Hello, Anna-Maja. Welcome, everybody.
Hello, David. I'm very happy and pleased to have you here on the show. Welcome.
Thank
So
you for.
I we don't know if what are the questions that what the questions will arise in the chat. So I think obviously the main question is what is your to share your impressions of the very start of FIDE Candidates 2022.
The games have been fighting. I mean, most of the games, which is very good for chess, for the image of chess, and the level it has been quite high. I mean, it is understandable that the games were fighting because only the winner gets the right to play the match, and with Magnus Carlsen hesitating about his participation, the stakes might actually be even higher. So draws mostly don't help anyone here. And it's also understandable that the level is very high because the players are very strong and they are all well prepared. Uh, of course, it must be very difficult to play under such pressure where every mistake can cost one dearly. So I'm wondering how will the second half of the tournament go, because then some people will need to take more risks. Some people might get tired or nervous. Um, and I mean, uh, so far there have not been many decided games. I mean, there have been most draws, but fighting draws. And it just shows that players don't make so many mistakes. And when they do make mistakes, uh, they are mostly defending well also.
Yeah, that's correct. And I think yesterday's game between Radjabov and Ding clearly showed it off.
Yeah. And who do you think is the favorite to win the tournament? I mean, obviously, we've had 5 rounds so far, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading currently alone. But who do you think has a big chance to win the candidates?
I think that it mostly depends on the actual form of the players. So it is hard to say because they are all very strong and all or almost all of them can win the event. And Jan Nepomniachtchi has been playing very well. And okay, he is deservedly a leader, and we will see. There are 9 rounds left. My pre-tournament guess was Fabiano Caruana, but I mean, I did not consider him a clear favorite, just like more like the first among equals, or maybe just my guess, because I mean, anyone can win it here, and. I just named him because he is mostly very serious about such events. He is a very strong player who can also perform well at critical moments, or at least many times he did. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but there are many other strong players, and we will see. It's very dramatic. And of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi has won the candidates tournament already once, and he has been doing very well so far. But okay, there are also 6 other participants, and the field is uh, relatively, I mean, uh, relatively close. I mean, there are no big differences between the leaders and the tail enders, so we can see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
What happens next?
Yeah, so 9 rounds is a big way to go, and we can have a real turnaround in the tournament, especially. So, how do you think, David? Can uh, can you like according to the current cross table according to the current standings, can we consider Young as a clear favorite at this very moment, having +1, having another white?
I would consider him a favorite at this moment. I haven't studied the games in such a big detail that I would be able to tell you more now. Uh, it is, I mean, it is very complicated, but he is a favorite at this point because he is leading and he has been doing well. Uh, okay, but almost anyone still has chances to win, or perhaps anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it would be a good idea if you share your thoughts about your recent experience in Prague Chess Masters tournament, where you won a couple of very, very nice games. I obviously sorry for that. I wasn't like watching it so closely, but I think the spectators would be quite interested in listening to you about your impressions of the tournament.
I'm very glad that the Prague International Chess Tournament took place and that it was so strong and such a big success. I mean, not in terms of my results. My result was good, above expectations. I mean, I scored 5 out of 9, but I mean, in general, the festival ran so smoothly because last year it was difficult to organize it because of the pandemic, but the organizers managed to hold the event anyway, and this year it was again big and popular. I mean, the main Masters tournament uh, included a field of 10 players, 10 grandmasters, of which I was almost the lowest rated one. I mean, there were no top 10 players, but many other young, promising, very strong grandmasters like Vedit Santosh Gujarati, uh, Hari Krishna, uh, then Parham Maksudlu, Lekwang Liem, Sam Shankland, sorry, I forgot. He was ranked second. And also David Anton Guijarro, Francisco Vallejo Pons, and,
I think Salim
and
Saleh, the
yes,
only one
Salim
we missed.
Saleh, and me and Taida Ivan Nguyen.
Hmm.
So it was very strong. This time I did well. I won 2 games, lost one, made 6 draws, played fighting chess, although in the second half it was a bit dull because I became tired and wanted to play it safely. I mean, not there were no quick draws, but still, when one is a bit too tired to go for some very sharp positions, it is more likely that draws can occur then. And the tournament was won by Pentala Hari Krishna, or Hari Krishna Pentala, because uh, actually Pentala is what we would call a surname, contrary to what is given in the database. And
Yeah, that's kind of peculiar because I've also been told that actually Anand, which appears to be the surname, is actually the name, and
yes,
Vishwanathan is the surname.
yes, I even heard that in one part of India, uh, name is given first and surname next, whereas in the other part it's the other way around. But frankly speaking, I don't know, because I also heard that there is something what we would call surname, and then the next two names are names of the father and mother. So I'm a bit puzzled. I frankly speaking, I had never been to India, and it will be my first time now at the Olympiad. So I have already undergone some vaccination, and okay, it will be a new experience.
Yeah,
And
well,
as
I I wonder you're a very experienced person. I remember a very nice conversation with you back to 2018 when we've had a long a long time bus from Batumi to Tbilisi from the European individual championship, and I do remember you told me a lot of interesting ideas in like philosophy and politics, and I think we should like tell the spectators and that you're a multilingual person. You can speak, as you said, like 8 languages. Like personally, I think I've heard at least you're speaking 4 languages at least. So you're such a versatile person, and I think it would be a good idea if you share with the spectators about your current hobbies, about your current projects. What are you engaged with?
Okay, it will not be so interesting because, well, I can speak some foreign languages, but not so many of them so well. I mean, I'm fluent in English and Russian, considerably less fluent in several more languages, but I mean, I'm a bit overrated in this respect. I mean, I worked on my language abilities a lot between 15 and 25, and then started again several years later. But now I have been very lazy, frankly speaking. I started playing a lot of online chess at the start, or not at the start, but when the second wave of the pandemic came, also because there were no over-the-board events in the Czech Republic uh, between October 2020 and May or June 2021. May, I think. So I had to play online chess, and I'm even now playing it a bit too much, and it costs some time, which I miss elsewhere. So I should work on a book, and I have a nice project, and I mean I uh, should have finished it long time ago. I have some ideas, but it's just difficult for me uh, to continue after I had some crisis. I mean, after I got stuck, so I need somehow to move forward again, because then I'm able to work quickly. And as for my hobbies, I studied logic, uh, but I also had sociology as a minor, as a I mean, there is such a notion, maybe in British educational system. I
Hmm.
mean, it is not exactly there in Czech educational system, but it describes pretty well what which part it played in my university education, and and so I got some education, but recently I have been uh, playing too much, spending too much time on opening theory, which is not the part of the game which I would like most, but it's to some extent interesting, and to some additional extent necessary evil. I mean, if I want to play well, I need to study some theory. It's questionable how much is actually needed, but one cannot do without it. And I'm sure that all the participants have prepared a lot here. So I am interested in foreign languages, but now it's more about speaking or chatting, at least at some chess servers or like this. Uh, and I mean, I was a more versatile person some 7 years ago or like this, and now it is maybe I'm getting more one-sided, but I have obtained a good education, so it takes some time between, I mean, it takes some time until I become too one-sided.
Well, like for to be honest, and I would like to share it with one is obviously I'm not making a promo for you, but frankly speaking, I'm very impressed on with like understanding how versatile you are, and we have to mention the fact that David graduated from the Karlov University in Prague, if I'm not mistaken, and I think I've read it out that your co-graduates are famous writers like Franz Kafka, like the Czech, like worldwide famous writer, and Karel Čapek, the inventor of the word robot, and plenty of other famous and like I would rather say great people in like throughout the years.
Yes, I mean, okay, many of them lived some 100 years before me or like this, but I mean, Charles University is our oldest university in the Czech Republic, and it's traditional and it's a good university. I mean, there are more prestigious departments than the Department of Logic, but it's not bad. I mean, it has good reputation. It's just that some others have even better reputation. But I mean, it was not easy study for me. It gave me a lot. Of course, it slowed down my chess career to some extent, but it also opened me new perspectives. So I was not overly focused on chess, which perhaps helped me in life to some extent, although I tend to spend too much time on chess anyway, and I have been a full-time professional chess player since 2010. So it is uh, chess is my profession, my hobby, and a substantial part of my life.
Okay, wow, very interesting to hear all the stories.
I don't know if I said anything so interesting, but
But you know, like
I'm sure the audience enjoys it a lot. It's definitely refreshing to hear someone's personal experiences.
yeah, I think it's like personally, in my point of view, it's I rather respect. Well, it's not like kind of disrespect to the people with no education at all, but I would rather respect versatile person, like personalities who manage to become mm, like a complete humans being very good at chess and graduating from the very strong universities and having an ability to receive a full-time job in case of something goes wrong in the chess life.
okay, I'm not sure whether I would be able to receive a good full-time job because I mean, I have some hobbies, some interests, and some knowledge, but I'm not nearly as good as anything as at chess. I mean, I'm not a top 20 or not even top 30 player right now, but I mean, uh, I just spent a lot of time developing my talent at chess, and I mean, it would not be so easy for me to be successful at another field, although I
Mhm.
one needs to succeed in his or her field, and few people are asking about the rest. Then, I mean, when players are invited, it's mostly according to rating, which is good. I mean, it is great, but I mean, it is also good that there are tournaments which are interested in inviting strong players, but also care about other things than rating. For example, I recently played at Sigeman TP tournament, and they invited many strong grandmasters, but I mean, not necessarily the highest rated, but players who are known to play fighting chess, uh, and like that. And it was quite an interesting tournament in this respect.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Well, fair point. There's, in my opinion, there is nothing to add. So
Yeah, me too. I agree.
I don't know how did I switch from variety of interests to fighting chess, but okay. My point was that nowadays too much attention is paid to ratings, and I think it's completely right that the highest rated players get most opportunities. Of course, it's fully deserved, but I think that it is good also to remember that there are also other talented players who can also play good chess, although not as good as the top 20, top 30 players. And I hope that times will come when it will again, when variety of hobbies and skills will again be valued more than nowadays.
Well, I desired it to be the truth, so I rather agree with you, and I hope someday the organizers of the tournaments would be interested in inviting like miscellaneous people, different personalities, and to kind of to make the tournament being more interesting in terms of like the attention apart from chess.
Yes, actually, what I also like about chess is that that the chess tournaments uh, uh, give opportunities to very different people. That at the chessboard, people can meet irrespective of their age, gender, uh, cul- education, origin, wealth, and that the people with physical disabilities can compete on equal terms, or I mean, on equal terms or almost on equal terms with people who have no physical disabilities. Of course, it is more difficult to live with some restrictions, but it doesn't prevent those players from beating players who had better, uh, I mean, who had easier life, say. And I think chess is great in this respect because also players with completely different political views can meet at the chessboard, and with completely different hobbies. Unfortunately, there are not so many women playing chess, which is sad. Uh, I mean, it would the chess world would be even more miscellaneous if there were more women playing playing actively or playing often. But I mean, it's anyway quite an interesting place because uh, there are unfortunately not so many places in today's world where, for example, millionaires can meet with people who are uh, almost without money, and when they can meet on equal terms.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's great idea. So chess can connect people from all over the world. Mm, that's true indeed. Well, David, thank you for your opinion. Thank you for your thoughts. We were delighted to hear them all, and we hope you will join our stream sooner or later. We will be glad to see you soon. I think it's a good time to like release David from this little duty of being our colleague for half an hour.
Yeah, thank you so much, David, and many good luck at the Olympiad in India.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon, and good luck with your commentating. And sorry that I haven't told anything about the situation on the boards. If you want to, I can try to
If
tell a thing.
Yeah,
Or
of course, we'll be happy to hear it. If you have just a little of time, yeah, you can. I think we have to take a more profound look. Like it's so your wish. So which game we should pick to be?
I currently see only this one Nakamura-Ding,
Mhm.
but I don't know. I was surprised that Radjabov-Rapport has chosen the same line for the third time in the tournament, because for the first time there was a surprise value. but then not, and he made draws against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, against Fabiano Caruana, and now he's playing against Teimour Radjabov. And I looked at the game some 30 minutes ago, but it looked as if Black was better prepared. So I know Radjabov-Rapport is a very strong and very creative player, but still I was surprised that he had chosen a line which had slightly less good reputation, and that he played it several times in the tournament because it's risky. I mean, everybody is preparing so seriously, but it seems that he knows what he is doing.
Yeah, so let's take a more profound look at the Radjabov against Rapport game. So I'll kindly ask the team of technicians to help us out to switch the boards. All right.
It looks very wild. So, given that I haven't seen the previous moves, I might be quite puzzled, and it's hard to say something reasonable just when looking at the position. Obviously, White would be glad to bring the rook to d1 as soon as possible, but with knight g4 threatening, it might be quite difficult, I would say. So I'm wondering what happens if White plays knight c3 now. The idea is that if Black plays knight g4, there is the queen takes f8, but unfortunately, or fortunately for Black, there is a check on c4, exactly. Because if Black took on f8, there would have been rook d1 when White could be happy because he would regain material and possibly win the h5 pawn and activate his rook along the first or third rank. So there is queen c4, so it doesn't quite work. So the question is, what is White going to do instead? Because b2 is hanging, knight g4 and even knight e4 are threats. So I don't know what is going on, but Black's position looks very promising. Also considering that Black had more or less out-prepared White, or at least it seemed to me like that. But I mean, I don't know. I haven't followed the game so much, and I might be wrong, of course.
Like it feels like the Black's queen is quite active, and maybe it's not this a senseless idea just to chase the queen down to kind of. So
Yes.
I'm a bit puzzled where the queen will go from d4, because if queen takes c3, the knight develops, and probably this is what White is aiming for. Like knight g4 doesn't look that scary, at least because of f3.
Yes, you are right. I somehow missed that there is no mate, and yes, I agree with you that it looks good. I mean, Black can definitely change the queens under better conditions than on c3, which helps White to develop his pieces. But okay, I don't know. Bishop e5 is probably not such a great idea because White can also activate his pieces. I mean, rook h3, knight d5 is good for Black, but maybe there is something. Maybe there is some better way to activate them. So perhaps the queen takes d4 and knight c3 when the f2 pawn is not as vulnerable as it might appear at the first point. Yes, yes, f3 perhaps, or maybe even rook d1 over. No, f3. It's good. Perhaps.
Yeah, f3 is probably just enough to show off
Yes.
there is nothing for Black. I mean, by force.
So maybe the queen will go to, I don't know. Black can also play c5, by the way, or maybe something like that. But maybe the queen will just go to d5. But okay, c5 looks reasonable because Black needs to activate his bishop from c8. I mean, not necessarily now, and maybe even to a6 in some lines. But I mean, the bishop is not playing. Rook will come to play quicker, perhaps through b8 or in some lines through c8 if queens are exchanged on d4. So it seems to me that black's position is fine anyway, but you are right that it's not really so bad for white. I also considered something else, namely knight c3, knight g4, rook d1, but it is not good, unfortunately, because the weakness of f2 is too serious. I think black can probably take it in some way, although I'm not sure how exactly. But there are just too many promising options for black, and some of them could easily work.
Yeah, but this line looks more or less principled, I would rather say.
Yes, I assume black should take on f2 either immediately, queen takes f2, or take on f3 first, with the difference that in one line the white's rook is on d4 and in the other one it would be on d1.
Yeah, that's
Unfortunately, I
correct.
have no idea which is better for black, but king e1 perhaps, and rook takes d6 is a threat now, and knight e4 then. So
Yeah, it
perhaps
might be quite unpleasant for black. So we should conclude that if knight c3 works, white definitely should play knight c3 instead of queen c3 because we develop like
it,
one of the last remaining undeveloped pieces, and rook d1 is in the air.
yes, but black can also consider other moves like knight d5, knight e4. So even if knight e3 works, it takes quite some time to realize that it really works because it is tricky. Maybe after knight e4 there could be some queen sacrifice. I don't know if bishop takes oh yes, even this way, or bishop takes e4, bishop takes f3, or bishop takes and gf3 even.
Hmm.
Even queen takes f8 maybe, but okay, gf3 or bishop takes f3,
Yeah, it looks quite
depending.
tempting.
Yes, yes. Here white has various interesting options after knight e4, so I assume that knight e4 is not a practical choice and possibly not a great move either. Maybe knight d5, maybe knight g4 is fine, but there are many lines to be calculated, and uh, luckily it's not my job now. I would enjoy the position if it were not such
You
an important game, but I have some other obligations, so I'm glad that now it is not my job. This.
well, we should thank David for his brief analysis of the position. Well, I have to admit that I've agreed on mostly at all. So, but so to just to sum up, how do you think? Would you rather pick white or black in this position in case if
Uh,
knight
I
c3
would
works?
probably rather pick black pieces, but one more thing which I would like to say is that there is a conflict between statics and dynamics because white has a better pawn structure, and if he manages to consolidate, he might enjoy the advantage. But
Hmm.
black has more active pieces right now, so he needs to uh, achieve something before white manages to complete his development. So it's uh, sort of interesting position where both sides have their trumps, but luckily not Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's right. So knight d5, the move that looks rock solid because well, the knight is just placed amazingly on d5 and creating the some direct threats connected with little vulnerability of white's king on f1 probably gives black a sufficient, well, it's not even a counterplay because black didn't sacrifice anything yet, but just a normal play.
Yes, but white can play rook d1 anyway, so it's a very complex position, and I'm not brave enough to give a clear assessment of the position. So maybe I should leave before I make one more blunder in calculations.
Well, thanks that in analysis we're allowed to do everything we want,
Yeah.
not taking any kind of responsibility for the move we propose. So, David, thank you for being with us. We wish you good luck in your upcoming tournaments. And, uh, well, I think you are the kind of a chess player who is capable of, like, at least reaching your like former peak rating. And we wish you best of luck in all of your hobbies and chess, obviously.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Thank you so much.
afternoon, and see you later.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you for your attention. Goodbye.
Bye. Well, it's been such a nice conversation with David. I enjoyed it a lot.
Me too. That was super insightful. And it was really awesome to hear a personality like David. He has a unique personality, and to hear his experiences and insights is really awesome.
Yeah, that's true indeed. Yeah, I'm very curious what Radjabov will opt for because I think that's kind of position that absolutely suits like current style of play of Richard Rapport, but his style of play remains the same since the very beginning of his chess career. I may recall like a game against him in 2006 European under 10, and he played Benoni against me, and he crushed me in the very convincingly. And he doesn't cheat to himself. He remains consistent in terms of proving the world that even this style of plays can be quite considered on the very top level.
True, true.
But I'm not sure that this position really suits Rajabov's style of play currently, because it's a little bit shakier despite the fact he has flawless pawn structure in comparison to Black's one.
Yeah.
But David mentioned correctly that the only thing that Black has to play for is dynamics and like direct threats.
Yeah, because Black's pawn structure is not so great. It looks like all the pawns can fall if the queens are off the board. And yeah, it's really interesting to see the king's position of Black. Obviously, White hasn't castled, but White's king is much more safe. But this king on d7, for the time being, with the knight on d5, if the knight gets to d5, it's also pretty safe over there. So it's really interesting to see the dynamics in this position.
We can take a little look on how this position appeared on the board. I've been very curious. After Queen G3, that was the last moment when we stopped our like investigation. Probably would be a very brave word for our level of analysis. Like Queen G3, H5, H4 was played D4, and then Knight B1. Looks like Black spoiled everything in terms of squares, so they've spoiled. White can exploit the square, putting the knight to c4. Then knight f6, e5 was played knight e4. So in terms of strategical play, Robert literally went all in. So he started pushing from the very beginning: queen d5, bishop d3, bishop b4, king f1, f5. Otherwise, well, I think knight c5 could have been a considerable option, but even after queen d5, I think white is slightly better.
Right. Yeah, the d4 pawn might have faced some problems.
Yeah, it's still not that obvious, but for some reason, Rapper decided to push f5, which seems a little bit crazy for me. Still, I think I would opt for knight c5 unless I'm blundering anything. Because, like, if I take
Yeah.
on d5, you can take with the e pawn, like creating a threat of taking on d3 and playing bishop f5. So probably with a pair of bishops, you would be super fine. And
Right. Yeah.
like if you push a3, so black can play even bishop a5, like with the bishop on d3 alive all the time. They have knight d3 after b4. So, well, f5. I don't say it's a desperate move, but it's like showing some some bravery. E takes f6,
Yeah.
knight takes f6, bishop g6 check, king d7. Yeah, I think only in Rapid's games you would rather see king on d7 and move. Uh, I don't know what is the move number 16,
Right.
like with the full board of major and minor pieces. Bishop g5, rook f8, c3, bishop d6. Well, I'm failing to predict like literally a single move in a row. So bishop,
And it's such a complex position.
yeah, it's such a complex position. But somehow I feel that white should be doing great. Well, not great, fine. Great is it's too much for that kind of position. But queen c3 was played instead of knight c3, so probably
Mm-hmm.
knight c3. Something was bothering Teimour to play knight c3. Maybe knight d5. I think it's a fair point.
Yeah, it looks very logical to avoid being under attack by the rook on f8, and with the pressure on the f2 pawn as well, it makes perfect sense that he wants to avoid that.
Yep. So queen c3. Well, somehow, like it seems to me a little bit counterintuitively. But so obviously I'm failing to explain you exactly why, but I would rather develop like remaining minor piece if knight d5 is not killing at once. Maybe he was bothered by knight d5, so queen c3. Obviously we cannot blame Radjabov for such decision. Like
Mm-hmm.
strategically wise, it's clearly that if white trade the queens off the board, they would be just much better.
Right. So, yeah, black obviously needs to try to avoid this queen trade. But it might be very difficult to do so because the white queen will try to offer the trade. So,
Yeah, so we
yeah,
will just
black needs to play very concrete here.
white will be chasing the queen, so probably c5 in order to make our pawn structure being like less vulnerable and like more solid. Like c5 has like a valid point for it.
Right, and if white decides to take in this position on d4, there will be c takes d4, and the two pawns in the center will be very strong, controlling many squares, and soon black will be able to consolidate and have a great position.
Indeed. Well, while Richard Roper takes his time, maybe it's not that senseless to move on to
Sounds
switch,
good?
yeah, to switch on the Nepomniachtchi and Duda's game. I think like knight e5 was the last move when we've stopped our discussion about the situation on the board, and we can be back to. So
Sounds good.
Nepomniachtchi against Duda Wars.
Okay, so we have predicted a little bit of the continuation of the game. It looks more or less similar to what we were talking about previously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. So, but knight e4. Yeah, I forgot about knight e4 idea because I thought. Well, I can't even explain why I've not been considering
It
knight
looks a
e4.
bit it looks a bit strange considering yeah, you don't expect the move to be possible because yeah, you want to attack the pawn on e5. It's like intuitively you want to put pressure on the pawn on e5 right away.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like knight e7 looks more like forcing, but maybe less useful in terms of like f2, f4 it still remains a threat. So probably knight d7 it just still helps out white pushing the like putting the pawn on f4 and creating the threat of capturing the bishop.
Right, yes.
So knight e4, knight d2 is on the board, and we have like all knights gone. Knight bishop c5, rook c1, bishop queen e7, like finishing the development. King h2 castle, g4, bishop g6, f4, and well, instead of playing bishop e4, trading the bishops, Duda like voluntarily decided to play h6 and give white an opportunity to play f5, bishop h7, bishop c3, or bishop e4 either. Like, I don't know if this bishop is like imprisoned for life, but it won't be. It would be a big issue to just to solve out to put him out of the jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a bit hard to say who is much better here because obviously white has the advantage that the bishop on h7 is not so great and white has a lot of space. But on the other hand, black also has quite some space on the queen side, and pawn on e5 could become vulnerable in the long term.
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's a
absolutely.
very balanced position.
Yeah, taking into account what you've said, I think bishop b6 has a clear point in order to transfer the bishop to c7 and then
Right.
emphasize the pressure on e5 pawn playing rook a8. So bishop b6 might be quite a considerable option after f5 and bishop f4. Probably that's the reason why Nepomniachtchi still is still taking his time to like decide whether he needs a 4 f5 or he maintains the pressure in the center.
Absolutely.
But I'm a bit puzzled what else white can try out in this position instead of
Yeah,
f5.
it's difficult to see because that's the main plan, and yeah, you have to be careful that black doesn't play moves like f6, f5 themselves,
Hmm.
because that might create some it might be a bit difficult for white to deal with that because, well, you push the pawns on the king side for a reason, and if you're not able to play f5, then what's the point?
Well, just keeping the tension and all the time black has to keep an eye on the f4, f5 threat, so it's like a kind of a mind game. So we put our pawn on f4,
Hmm.
not playing f5 yet, but after every next move you have to like be aware of f5 threats. So probably we can consider something else apart from f5. Maybe we can try to expand on the queen side, playing queen b3, or maybe pushing the b pawn. I mean, um, maybe a3 or queen b3 is not such a bad idea. I don't know. But obviously, the first thing that comes to our minds is just to play f5, bishop h7. Just once again, just to mention that queen e5 is not a good idea because bishop f4 intermediate, protecting from the check, and like f takes g6 is unavoidable.
Hmm.
So bishop h7 has to be played, bishop f4, and I think like my suggestion is to play bishop b6 with the above mentioned idea of playing bishop c7, rook a e8, or rook f e8. I don't know like what's going to be more precise, but both moves looks quite considerable. So after bishop,
Absolutely, yeah, I agree with you.
so what would you play in this particular position after bishop b6 if you have any kind of idea? Like I'm failing to
Hmm.
find anything direct.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Preferably, you would want to play e4 to eliminate the doubled pawns and be able to play rook e1 to defend the pawn on e5, but it takes too much time. And I don't think you have the time to play this and also defend pawn on e5.
But like e2, e4 is intuitively something I like, because if bishop c7, we can simply give up the e5 pawn, keeping like this h7 beast being imprisoned, captivated, and it won't be quite a pleasant position for black pieces, because they're literally like a piece down with this kind of bishop on h7. So after
Yeah.
e4, in this regard, after e4, black has to react precisely. So whether it's rook a d8, d takes e4, or d4.
Yeah.
So we can try out d4, but
Yeah, d4 looks interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting pawn structure. You rarely see pawn structure like this.
yeah, I mean, like this pawn structure looks quite scary on the king side, but maybe f6 is not the move that we want to make immediately. Maybe we can try to prepare it somehow, starting with queen d2. Yeah, I'm trying to underline the point that after bishop c7, we can take on d4, protecting the pawn. So probably you will still like waste tempo playing rook a d8, and then we play f6, which is a kind of move you don't want to make voluntarily, but maybe it can be connected with some concrete reason of creating a very dangerous mating attack.
Right, bishop takes h6 is also a threat that white the black needs to look out for, because there's all sorts of mate patterns around the king. So
Yeah, you're right. So it shows off in the line after queen d7, bishop h6. So if h takes just h6, black just get mated, unavoidable.
absolutely. So yeah, if you're able to play f6 and it can be this successful, you have such threats, you should definitely go for it.
Yeah, so f6, g takes f6, or queen a6 looked rather like look more natural, if I can say so. If g takes f6, we like probably first take on f6. I don't know, I'm failing to understand the difference. Well, I think both moves can be considered.
Yeah, it's a small difference. I feel like if you take on h6 first, the e5 pawn will drop because of check. So you'll keep the pawn on f6, but the question still if that's beneficial for black or for white, because this pawn f6 is a big weakness.
Yeah, that's true actually, but we have some pros and cons for this position for both colors. But yeah, somehow like personally, in my like according to my style of play, I would rather keep h7 pawn being being stuck and well, but e4 could be a great alternative to like queen b3 or queen d3. So e4 is quite principled. And if d4, probably we can keep maintain the pressure, playing queen d3, then queen g3, extra protecting the pawn on e5, and like still having a piece up on the king side.
Right, and that looks like a really nice position if you're able to break through on the king side with the pawns.
Yeah, then after queen g3, we can have a plan like h4, g5, and so on. So I mean, in terms of human play, it's quite annoying for black just to sit and wait until you will be like like choked with like this
Yeah.
attacking ring.
Yeah, so practically speaking, this would be fantastic for white, and in this line specifically, I think objectively it's also really good.
Yeah, I think rook f8 was played. So but queen e1 was
Oh,
the move instead of f5. Well, maybe like the position after f5, bishop h7, which we've briefly had a look on it, wasn't like fulfilling all Jan's Nepomniachtchi's expectations. Once again, we have to mention to underline which Jan is Yeah, I think, yeah, you've got me. So after bishop f4, bishop b6, we briefly had a look on the position after e takes e4, and probably he was a bit afraid of like a rook a8 or d4, bishop c7 ideas. A theme seemed rather unclear for Nepomniachtchi. So queen e1 instead of f5. Well, now I've probably gotten the idea of queen e1. So uh, this move is kind of versatile because on the one hand, white is threatening b4 and b5, trying to disrupt the coordination of black pawns on the queen side, and the other idea is to put the queen on g3 and protect the e5 pawn after f5. So,
Yeah, the plan seems very clear, and upon seeing Queen E1, it makes sense because Nepomniachtchi is not rushing with F5 just yet. He doesn't feel like the need to play F5 just yet. He's simply preparing it.
yeah, like what we've underlined in our previous broadcasts on the candidates tournament, that usually the threat is more dangerous than the execution. So, like, firstly, you can prepare everything for like prepare the threat to be executed, not to execute it at once.
That makes a lot of sense, and I think that's really fair, especially for this tournament.
Yeah, these kids have a lot of wisdom, I assume.
Right.
Well, queen e1 and rook f8 played instantly, and Duda being a bit lower in time. So he's 20 minutes lower than Jan and having the Nepomniachtchi, sorry, and having 23 moves to make for the stage 2, to reach the stage 2. After move 40, rook f8, queen g3 is the move. So he defined his queen to the queen side, to the king side, and now f5 is threatening.
Right. So yeah. Bishop
This
h7
that that
was
that is
played.
something I like because all the time black were unable to play f6 due to f5 and e6 lock. So
Oh,
especially in this position after f6, f5 would rather seem very, very unpleasant for black, because no matter where the bishop retreats, like e6 is coming and this pawn gets quite annoying. Like it's a literally it's a nail in the tomb, so it's quite annoying.
right. And yeah, bishop h7 is a really clever move. It is yeah, it's interesting because it might be problematic in the long term, but short term it makes a lot of sense. And as you said, f6 could be a logical move on the next move.
Yeah, well, probably, like still black can try to preparing everything before the execution. So starting with bishop b6, then bishop c7. Well, bishop h7, the connection of moves, four moves, three moves in a row with bishops looks a bit awkward, but it has a clear sense of pushing f7, f6, and breaking through.
Right, and the difficult part is of this move bishop h7 for white is that you're not able to play f5 anymore. Because previously, because you were able to play f5 because you were attacking the bishop, but now the bishop is not on attack and you can simply capture the pawn shortly on e5.
Yeah, probably you start with the bishop d4 just to avoid some, yeah, so the bishop was hanging, so you have to play the bishop d4 first,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're absolutely right, so there is no protection from the capture on e5, and like looks like white's position looks quite exposed.
Indeed.
So bishop h7 is kind of like, at least from the human perspective, is a very reasonable move, and like in my point of view, probably. And surprisingly, Nepomniachtchi had to a bit hurry up and to play f5 and bishop f6 like immediately. Well, but Well, he bets he knows better than me. Queen g3, bishop h7. He might have something in his mind how to respond after bishop h7. Probably bishop c3 or e3 and then bishop c3. Like after e3, bishop b6, bishop c3, we follow up with rook e1, then e4, and pushing the pawns. I think I still do prefer white more because I think white's pawn structure is more flexible than black's one.
Right, there's much more potential from White's perspective, and Black it feels like Black is more on the defensive side in this position.
Yeah, once again, we have to admit that like human-wise, from the human's perspective, it's a bit more unpleasant when your king is such in a danger on g8.
Indeed.
So this is the current position, bishop h7. I think that's one of the fewest crucial moments of the game up to now. And Nepomniachtchi is taking his time, having plenty of time to spend, and 22 moves to go to the stage 2 for the stage 2 of time control. Well, we can move on to another game. I think we've been lacking attention on Nakamura-Ding, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's have a look at that game because it might still get very interesting as they played many moves at the start. But okay, so it seems like oh, wait a second. So I was aware of the fact that Ding spent a lot of time at one point,
Mm-hmm.
but it looks like Hikaru is leveling up the clock and now he is spending quite some time. So that's really interesting to see.
Yeah, that's quite intriguing. And like regarding the position on the board, it's quite reasonable that Hikaru needs some time to spend because despite the fact being pawn up, somehow I do prefer black with such a monster on d4 supported with the knight on e6 and rook on d8. And in case if black captures the pawn on b5, whether I'm not sure that white is able to protect it somehow. If black captures the pawn on b5, I think they're just clearly better.
I agree. This looks much more clear for black, and this bishop on d2 is not able to do much. Perhaps white should be looking for an attack on the king side once again, but with this knight on e6, it is defending g7 so well. So I'm not entirely sure if at this stage white is able to get some compensation for the lack of mobility in the pieces in this game.
Yeah, that's a valid point. I have to admit it. So I think, how do you think? Should we protect the pawn on b5 or we just voluntarily give it up?
It's a tough decision to make because you don't gain much from protecting the pawn on b5, but obviously it is a pawn that it's a very expensive one to lose. Obviously, I would say perhaps white should focus more on the king side and start to attack with rook g3 right away. And then threatening to take on h6 at least, so it's also some sort of intermediate move.
Yeah, you're right. And after rook g3, black has an option to play d4, d3 probably, because bishop h6, it's not kind of like a killing threat, but rook e2 is hanging. Well, obviously d3 has its own drawbacks because we're like weakening this pawn and giving an important square for the bishop on c3. Obviously not there, so white start with some rook move, like rook e2, I suppose. And then I've been puzzled what would be White's move to make after queen c2.
Right, because you would want to obviously avoid this trade. And so Queen E1 comes to mind, but I don't like seeing the move knight d4 jumping, where the knight is going to jump to e2, and it looks really dangerous for white.
Yeah, it can be easily out of hands for White, so I'm very curious how this position became so hard to play with white piece. Maybe knight b5 wasn't forced, but c5 was the threat, and knight b5 before, like preventing c5, attacking the pawn and provoking to capture the knight and playing a takes b5 doesn't allow c5 anymore because of the like this en passant move b takes c6. So after a takes b5, well, the position remained complicated and still remains complicated, but somehow in terms of like human play, I would rather pick black to play than white. But I think it's still more or less equal with very mutual chances.
Absolutely, yes. And yeah, we've yet to see, like, obviously anything can happen still. It's far from a big uh, disadvantage for white, but white needs to be very really careful at this point.
Hmm. Yeah, so rook g3, like mm, the move you've suggested, looks quite quite good. Like in terms of logics, in terms of the perspective of white's attack, but still we're a little bit puzzled with d4, d3.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the most principled response. And wow, still like the game goes on. I mean, probably we can simply retreat to e1, even allow to take on b5 because h6 is hanging. And now somehow I've changed my mind. I would rather pick white pieces to play.
Oh, okay.
After rook g3, changed my mind at all. I have to admit it.
Well, let's see if Hikaru decides to go for that, because I have a feeling he will want to let go of the pawn on b5. It's a double pawn, and this pawn b5 is not doing so much, so he would rather go for compensation and something more concrete on the king side.
Yeah, undoubtedly. So b5 would rather be a like a huge and valuable asset in the end game, but not in the middle game, because like the power of d4 pawn shouldn't be underestimated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's move on to another game before having a short break. Let's analyze something like I think Alireza Firouzja against Fabiano Caruana was the last game we failed to take a look at.
Correct, yes. Let's have a look.
Wow, this is the current position. A
Okay, a
lot has
lot of
changed.
happened.
Yeah, c takes d4 was played instead of knight c6, just
Okay.
solving out knight d4, knight c6, quite reasonable. Obviously, knight c6 has some drawbacks connected with like you're making the black pawn structure being like rock solid in the center. C takes d5 was played knight d4, queen d4, knight e5, rook d1, bishop f6. Well, I don't see even a single problem for black in this position. This
Me
cut,
neither.
but this Catalan position tend to be very tricky. The knight f3 instead of knight e4, somehow I liked knight e4 more.
Yeah, me too. It looks quite logical to put pressure on the bishop on f6, and I feel like if white gets the pair of bishops, white has at least a small advantage.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that's a very common thing in these Catalan endgames. Like usually the bishop on g2 is much stronger than its vis-a-vis, and if somehow we manage to swap the bishops of the board, I think white should be better, should be side that plays for the victory. So, but knight f3 was played instead of knight e4. Well, it's a bit controversial, but probably there's been a reason behind knight f3. Rook a c8, e4, e5. That's an important inclusion.
Okay.
Well, it means that if knight retreats to any square, then e5 is hanging. Yeah, that's quite nasty. e5 was played, queen h5. And it's a very concrete position on the board.
Yeah, so this bishop on f6 looks a bit odd, but I'm expecting black to play g6 to put the bishop on g7, and this bishop will be a very great defensive piece of the king. So it may look like it's not doing great because it's blocked by the pawn e5, but it has other tasks as well, which will help black a lot.
Yeah, that's true. And g6 is, I would agree that it's a very valid move because after queen h6, bishop g7, it's not quite clear where white's queen should retreat to, because queen d2 looks a bit awkward because we're kind of detaining our bishop to develop. And after bishop g7 of queen h4, which could be possible, black at least have knight f6, having a very, very decent position.
Right, and this bishop on d7 will be able to move to c6 as
Mhm.
well, and this pawn e4 might have some problems.
Yeah, that's correct. So I think we have to agree on that. That's white is probably not better. The position is fine for black, and I mean, time-wise, it just shows off that's probably a little bit more, I would say, difficult to make a move with white pieces because Firouzja is much lower in time, like being 25 minutes down from
Right,
Caruana.
and they still have quite a couple of moves to go for the time control. Um, I believe it's how many moves? 24 more moves to the time control, so that's quite a lot still.
Yeah, Firouzja can be like in the, well, not the third consecutive, but like the second time trouble in last 3 games because he was he like almost lost twice against Nepomniachtchi because he had losing position and he was absolutely out of time. And well, I do like his approach to be more profound on the decision making, but I mean, still he has to remain fast literally. So maybe having 37 minutes for 24 more moves against Caruana, it's not that great.
Indeed, so yeah, we'll have to see how Alireza is going to deal with that time difference and time pressure as well as the game progresses.
Yeah, and after night before, probably on that positive note, it would be a good time to have a short break and uh, take a little breath of this very exciting games in round 6 FIDE candidates 2022. So stay tuned, we will be back shortly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE Candidates Tournament 2022. We are covering round 6 today, and alongside me, we have Grandmaster Daniil Yuffa. Daniil, how have the games been so far?
Well, I had a little look at the positions, and now we have Nepomniachtchi. I think Duda already taken the pawn on b2, and it means that I think White can win the bishop by force playing g6, but he starts with e6, which kind of makes sense. Probably he was a little bit afraid of that after g6, black can simply take even with the rook or either with the queen on e5, and despite the fact being the piece down, they have a flawless pawn structure and a very decent chance to not to lose the game at least. Well,
Mm-hmm.
that's my point of view. I don't pretend to be like to tell you the truth of the last instance, but after e6, well, I think computer said it's slightly favorable for white for some reason, but well, it's I'm failing to make even a single move. Maybe f takes e6 has to be played, otherwise I don't know. Like what else? Because e takes f7 and g6 is a huge threat over there.
Yeah, so that makes perfect sense. And if you obviously play f6, you face g6, and goodbye to the bishop.
Yeah, it's GG literally.
So yeah, f takes d6 seems almost forced. I don't see any other move that black could possibly make.
Not really. Yeah, so f takes e6 is kinda the only move. Otherwise, we just don't see the refutation against f takes e takes f7 and g6. Well, probably queen e2 is not an option for the same reason. It's like g6, king g8. Maybe we're not even forced to take on h7, so we can kind of emphasize the pressure on h7 bishop playing very tricky queen h3 or either queen h4, like forcing black to take on g6 and f take g6, and like looks like the mate is unavoidable.
Yeah, so that looks pretty devastating for black. So that makes black's task, well, the move is quite straightforward, but it's not a pleasant position for black. And even if you try to avoid this by playing g6 yourself, that line cannot end well because, well, first of all, the bishop on h7 will be blocked forever. And second of all, after e takes f7, king takes f7, you can take on g6 with the pawn, and there will be lots of problems with the king.
You know, like I think here we are to we're here to entertain the audience, and I think a very peculiar line appears after queen c7. I mean, the point being that after f takes c6, after f6, black is losing by force. But okay, you
Mm-hmm.
have queen g7. Then I thought I can play f6. It's like after queen f8, I'm trapping the queen. But a queen h8 doesn't solve the issue as well. We still can play e7, and we have kind of slightly better position in order not to like over evaluate it with a
Oh,
clear
it's
pawn.
actually there is also checkmate on
Yeah. I mean,
f7,
yeah,
right?
queen
So
f7 is
yeah,
a mate, but I mean, just to be arrogant,
yeah.
you would rather play e7. It has some sense.
You want to squeeze the win and torture
Yeah.
opponents.
Just to be pleased of this like everlasting torture. Well,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, just yeah, the g6 cannot be the move, but f takes e6 indeed was played, and Nepomniachtchi can win the piece like instantly, playing just g6, pushing the pawn. I'm trying to figure out why he hasn't done it yet. So probably he's not like it's not in his like concern after e takes f5. Probably it doesn't seem to him that this position can be winning with like at least a couple of pawns for the bishop, with bishop being not that clever on g2, like facing the barrier of c6 and d5 pawns. So it won't be an easy task for white to convert the advantage there. So we can also follow Jan's decision and like his unverbal advice to make a more profound view on the like on the position.
Yeah, so I would say practically speaking, White's position is amazing, and there's a lot of tactical opportunities here for White. But in case White's attack dies down and Black manages to survive it, why should be worried about the fact that the pawns are very loose and the pawns in the center and on the queen side will be very, very dangerous?
Yeah. So it means that we can also try to take a look on rook b1 move. Maybe it's not that senseless at all, but g6 is played. No, it's not played yet. So rook b1 probably is an option.
It looks very interesting to try to get the rook on the 7th rank already, and maybe if the rook gets to b7, you can play queen c7, and there will be a lot of threats on the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm. But the only thing which is worrying me a bit is queen e2, like with the queen h5 check idea. So we kind of forced to play g6 because also bishop f5 is a threat now. So we need mm, to take the bishop playing g6, then but then what? It's like e takes f5 is probably still the best option. We take on h7 because queen h5 is hanging. And then like king h7 or king h8, then we take on b7, and we still have a couple of pawns remaining. Like obviously it increases our like winning chances.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
So I'm wondering like rook b1 can be an option to be considered as well as g6.
Yeah,
Like
I
at
guess
this,
that's why Nepomniachtchi is taking his time, because there is a lot of options here.
yeah, obviously white is like completely out of risk, but maybe they're lacking resources to convert the advantage. But somehow I have a feeling that Nepomniachtchi will be capable of finding the like the best opportunity, the best continuation in like from the like human wise from the human like our perspective of view.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So e6, f takes e6 is on the board. Probably I would bet on that position to be rather entertaining than the other one. And I think we might have a look on Radjabov against Rapport,
Yeah, sounds good.
because I think during the short break, I can say I've been watching it, like following it precisely and closely, but Radjabov somehow got dry out of the water. So he has an endgame, and we're switching to Radjabov against Rapport.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what changed, because this game was really complex and it looked a bit unclear. Let's see if the queens are ended up being traded off. And yeah, they are.
Yeah, that's the current position. So Radjabov opted for Queen c3. That was the time when we've calculated Knight c3 briefly and Queen c3, assuming that White will try to get rid of the queens of the board. So Queen d1, Queen e1. That's rather seems to be like suspicious in terms of like black's play, because I think black had to avoid this queen trade for any cost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the attack was really crucial for black because black doesn't really have the safe king, and the pawns are scattered over the board. So yeah, black had to play for dynamic play and more focusing on the king attack and pawn attacking the pawn on f2 as well. But with the queens off the board, it's much easier for white to consolidate.
Well, it seems to me that yes, but he still opts for he's still creating some direct threats. So rook b8 somehow looks a little bit unpleasant for white in order that b3 is not an option because of bishop e5 and the rook is hanging, and it's the rook capture is unavoidable. So knight d2 was played instead, rook b2, knight c4. Then like on contrary, white is threatening some rook d1. Like funny enough that after so bishop b4 has to be played, otherwise let's say if rook retreats to, I don't know, maybe rook b5 is not that senseless. But even this position, I think, is rather unpleasant for black. So we can try out like various options. Maybe rook d1 or bishop f6 first. Maybe a4. Like white has an abundance of options. So, but bishop
Yeah.
bishop b4 was played. Rook king f1. Knight g4. f3. Yeah, what that's so strange because like black is already pawn up and they have such inactive pieces, like the only missing one is a bishop c8, but it can be crucial one. Rook f2, king
Right.
g1, bishop c5, f takes g4. Was it necessary for black? I mean, well, the rook was hanging and somehow he was a little bit afraid of giving up the bishop on d6. That's why he opted for bishop b4, but maybe that was a crucial moment of the game because rook b5 was also an alternative.
Mm-hmm.
Because after rook b5, if we attack the bishop with rook d1, all the time black has knight d5, if I'm not mistaken. And well, after bishop h5, still it remains unclear, but probably it's more pleasant to play with white because of the absolutely like spoiled pawn structure in the black's camp.
Yeah, exactly. And now with the h5 pawn off the board, white might have some advantage on the king side.
So they'll just put their bishop to g3, to f3 or g4 and push h pawn. That could be an idea. And in terms of evaluating this kind of endgames, I think there is a very like this is a vivid example of the rule of the number of pawn islands. So white has 2 pawn islands and black has 4 pawn islands, and the side who has less islands usually is easier to play with. So these 4 islands are considered to be the weaknesses. So it will be a little bit. I found it difficult for black to push the pawns because they're not connected, and white has a clear plan, just pushing the h pawn.
Absolutely. So yeah, this is perhaps not in black's favor then.
Yeah, so bishop b4 was played, king f1, knight g4, f3, rook f2, king g1, bishop c5, creating a threat of discovered check, which seems very, very unpleasant, or even discovered mate. F takes g4. Well, there is a peculiar rook f1 double check, but probably it gives nothing because of king h2 and still everything remains under protection. So he opted for
Right.
rook to f4
Mm-hmm.
and try to guess what was the move made by Radjabov.
Um hmm. I would say, I mean, there's two moves possible.
Yeah, indeed. So I didn't give you a difficult task.
True, but it's still so I'm guessing. I mean, so king h2 makes a lot of sense because, well, the king is safe on h2 and you're losing the knight on c4 anyways. But I'm curious if knight e3 will help white in some way, because after bishop takes c3, king h2, maybe you are able to make use of the fact that this bishop is on e3, so the rook on f4 is now under attack.
Yeah, indeed. So knight e3 was played. I mean, it could easily be that Radjabov miscalculated it because, in my opinion, this position has to be tends to be better for white, maybe slightly better, but there are some little winning chances. But I'm very curious what is the current position is. So rook g4, and the current position is bishop e3, rook g6, rook d1, and wow. Like I'm being puzzled if I can play bishop g5 if I'm in time to want to imprison another piece, the rook on g6, but all the time you have e5 breakthrough. But pardon me, so
Yeah.
white is 2 pawns down. So whether it is something forced for white or they're just worse. So what's what do you suggest after rook d1 check, and how we do evaluate this stuff on the board?
Yeah, so um I would suggest that the king goes I would say king c7 would make a lot of sense to play, because if you go to the other side on the e file, you either face bishop g5 or the king feels very unpleasant over there. And here the king is close to two of black's pawns, and at least you're trying to defend those somehow, because the pawns are all scattered over the board. They're not able to defend each other. The interesting part is that white has 3 pawns only, whereas black has 5. So you would say black is better, but because of the bad pawn structure of black, it's really difficult to make progress here and convert this piece advantage.
No, I'm not like convinced that black is better. And in case of king c7, I think there is might be something by force, because I think bishop c5 is not that senseless. The point being that rook d8 is quite tempting to trade the rooks, but white would be very sneaky playing bishop b6 and winning back the exchange. But I think, well, but it's not. I don't believe it's an option for black follow follow up with, because probably it's just much better for white. So I'm almost forcing you to play rook h6, otherwise I take the pawn on h5 and it remains quite unpleasant for black. So rook d8 is
Right.
not working after bishop c5, and I think my direct threat is just to put the bishop on d6. I mean, it's all forced. I'm planning bishop d6, rook b1, and then rook invades to the b8 square, which would be very annoying for black. So bishop c5 creates a very direct threat of bishop d6, and I'm not quite sure how black will proceed. Maybe rook f5. So
Yeah.
like if I play bishop d6, then you can play king, even king b7 and rook b1. Like it's not like winning because of rook b5, but still like the line is not over. We have a4. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, black has to take on b1, rook b1. Like king a7 is the only one because of king a. Then we have rook b8, and I'm very curious. It's like we can try bishop b8, king a8, bishop e5 now, trying to trap the rook. Well, the rook is not trapped, but it's a little bit unpleasant in terms of human play with black, because like our position looks like we play checkers instead of chess, like all of our pieces on the white squares.
Yeah, it's very interesting that this dark squared bishop is so strong on e5, and if black manages to play a move like, for example, giving away one pawn, but like to be able to develop this bishop on c8 to much better square, black would definitely want to sacrifice his one pawn and try to gain advantage from there.
Yeah, that's correct. And in this regard, probably black has bishop b7. So probably we've had plenty of miscalculations during the analysis, but well, it still looks very, very interesting. And I'm not sure after rook g4 if bishop h5 was the better option instead of like taking the bishop on e3. Like bishop h5, probably he was a bit afraid of some, could it be like check on f4 or even rook e4. So it's not like super clear like like which side is playing for the win, because like it looks very double-edged. So bishop e3 from the practical point of view, it's quite reasonable option because it leads to that sort of endgame where like black has some temporary difficulties. After rook d1, king c7, rook b1, bishop b7 is played. So he decided not to include bishop c5, which is probably a wiser decision. Bishop b7. This is the position.
Right, and yeah, in this position, black would want to play c5 because first of all, you're opening up the bishop, but not just that, you're also threatening to take on g2. So that's a very interesting. That would be very interesting to see if that would happen on the board. Would you say that white would want to prevent that by either playing bishop c5 or moving the rook to the c file?
Yeah, fair point. I think bishop c5 looks a bit more logical because we've just made a move with the rook, so I don't think like rook b1 was kind of provocative to then play rook bc1. So after bishop b7, I do expect Radjabov to play bishop c5. It looks very, very logical. Or include the check on b6 first and play bishop c5. So he has to figure out the like what is the difference between those two. Like maybe even check first. Like king c8, then we play bishop c5. Like you still have rook f5, which is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm failing to evaluate. I'm failing to like understand whether Radjabov's compensation for two sacrificed pawns is enough to level the position. But it feels like it has to be enough because of the pawn structure, because of the bishop on b7 not being involved in the game yet.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this game will develop because it feels like black could try to go for a win here, but I feel like white's chances to equalize here are very, very quite big. So yeah, I'm curious to see how the game will develop as Radjabov. So they only need to make like 7 more moves for the next time control, but Radjabov is down to 12 minutes now, so he needs to speed up a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. But well, the other approach is just to go down to a minute and just blitz out all the exact bunch of the moves, the exact like the certain line. Maybe it's all forced. Maybe bishop c5 for bishop b6 leads to like some forced line. So we will find it out quite soon after bishop b7. Well, we've been lacking attention on. No, we've not been lacking attention on the Caruana game recently because I think still, but we can have a like small look on the Alireza game against Fabi because
Yeah,
it's
sounds like a good idea,
because
yeah.
it's Catalan and I've already told I will be responsible for Catalan, so I'm
Yeah,
well.
yeah, it was quite an interesting position where we left off.
Yeah, so it's Alireza against Fabiano. I'm setting it up.
Yeah, while we are setting up the next game, I'd like to ask the chat. if you would like to attend and watch an event like the candidates tournament offline, because well, this is obviously one of the main events of the year, but I'm curious to hear from you guys if you would like to attend and watch an event like this offline. And by the way, the official FIDE gaming platform, the FIDE Online Arena, constantly hosts tournaments where incredible prizes are raffled off. For example, last year, the winner of one of the tournaments received a ticket to the World Chess Championship, where he witnessed the battle between Magnus and Nepo live. Join the FIDE Online Arena now, join tournaments, and compete for premium chess sets and money prizes. The link and promo code are in the description, so make sure to get involved.
Yeah, that's great idea. I agree, and we all recommend the spectators, our audience, to follow Anna-Maja's advice and join FIDE Online Arena and stand the chance to attend the World Championship match and the FIDE Candidates
Absolutely.
Tournament. You know, we've got quite a peculiar update because after night before, I think that was the certain moment when we left the game. Bishop g5 was played, and if I'm not mistaken, Bishop g5 took 20 minutes for Lireza to think about. So it's been a crucial moment of the game. After Bishop g5, we've got an. You would be very excited how the position changed after h6, knight f3, knight c6, rook d7, queen d7, bishop h3. And Caruana played f5 instead of simply retreating the queen to e7. And I'm kind of puzzled why f5 was played voluntarily. Probably he thinks that there is a right moment to switch on and play for the victory with black pieces, because if he played queen e7 instead of f5, I think black is super fine and they have absolutely no risk. But somehow he opted for a more rigid decision, playing f7, f5, and there might be a reason behind it, and probably he considers his position to be much better.
Yeah, and I have a feeling it's because of this pawn on e5. Because if the pawn on e4 takes on f5, you might be able to play e4 and perhaps create some threats near the king, because the knight will be able to jump in on d4 or e5. So maybe he's looking for some threats in this way.
Yeah, it could be. Obviously, there are some tricks like f5, f6, but I don't get the like. It's not that clear. Maybe black can even try trading the queens, forcing white to trade on f7, then probably. But no, but hang on. The rook is hanging on c8, so it's not that clear. So e4, f6 is probably somewhat white is trying to receive because they can win back the exchange. But e4 is definitely the idea. Maybe we can improve it somehow. So I agree that e4 is one of the mains, like the main idea of the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think that's what Fabiano is looking at right now. Uh, Seems like they've played. Oh, they've played this actually,
Rook a8.
right?
Well, I do believe Fabiano has some advantage. I don't know how big is it, and from like from the very beginning, from that perspective of view, after e4, e5, queen h5, I'm trying to figure out when exactly was the moment when the game went out of the hands of Felireza. After queen h5, knight before, I think even there it's slightly uh, pleasant, more pleasant to play with black pieces. And bishop g5, well, you have to kind of prove this move positionally, because voluntarily giving up like that bishop on c1 for bishop on f6, I don't think it's a strong decision.
Mm-hmm.
Because now
Yeah,
d4
perhaps.
pawn, d4
Yeah.
square becomes d4 spot becomes the very, very weak.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, perhaps a move like bishop d2 to put the bishop on c3 would have been a better idea, because you'll have like the bishop attacking the pawn on e5, and this bishop on f6 is clearly a worse piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think bishop d2 is a good move. Then you put your bishop to c3, probably double on d file. Yeah, white is not ahead of the whole world, but still it's very playable position despite being symmetrical. I think bishop g5, like strategically wise, it's not like the best decision, but it could be easily that he blundered f5 reaction response after bishop h3, because in case of queen e7, as we said, like after bishop c8, white should be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But f5 is a very tight decision to make.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's it's a move you just do not expect, so it's understandable that Alireza did not expect this.
Yeah, rook c8, but obviously the game is not over. Yet knight h4, like emphasizing the pressure on the king side and creating a potential threat of, f6 for all of a sudden. I'm not sure, like knight d4. I'm very curious if f6 works, and obviously we shall firstly think about queen h3, but well, it was stupid idea. Don't take it in mind. Knight d4. If there is anything else apart from f6, like rook e1 could be the move.
Maybe you could consider playing knight g6 and then f6, because the bishop will be defended like this.
Well, knight g6, like the only reason is bothering me that rook f6, I think we're a little bit lack of like sharp ideas. Well,
Right.
the knight feels quite comfortable on g6, and this option is quite considerable. Maybe we can try out rook e1. It's like knight e5 probably is hanging. So it's not like quite clear how black will proceed, but still, like intuitively, it feels like it has to be like proven that black is better. Maybe like queen c6. I'm trying to pretend I'm aiming for knight f3. Even if I'm not, like queen c6 is probably not a bad idea, because like I'm trying to swindle you after knight e5, which is look quite tempting. I have rook e5, knight f3.
Yeah, and my king will be in trouble.
Yeah, and yeah, I'll just simply take the rook after an e5. Yeah. Well, knight e6 looks tempting, but I think, yeah, me and Anna-Maja were not able to find a good continuation of rook f6.
Yeah, it's not so clear, and you would say this bishop on h3, like it could be very strong, but I think now it's showing that because it feels a little bit misplaced now, because you don't really have a continuation, and yeah, the white pieces just look a bit awkward on the h file.
Yeah, we're lacking tricks. Literally, we're lacking tricks. So we need to like explode the king side, but like even f6 is not possible in this position. So it's the whole setup looks a bit useless. Like I think e4 was played instead of knight d4. I would rather prefer knight d4, like from the practical point of view. But rook e4 maybe was a certain calculation by Fabiano. Rook d1 was the instant response.
Yeah. Would you be happy here with the black pieces to trade queen? So, for example, play queen to f7?
That's a good question. Like as we figured out that the white is probably worse. Like queen f7 has a valid point for black, and like it's already a double attack, because if I retreat to g4 or e2, you can take the pawn on a2, which would be a very valuable asset in upcoming endgames. So after queen f7, I think white needs to trade on f7, like rook takes, and we play like bishop f1, and kind of pretend we're not that bad, but obviously we suffer, but we will hold tight till the very end. So maybe queen f7 has a valid point. I think queen f7 can be played. Queen f7 is played indeed, and queen e2 is
Okay.
response. So you've been like totally right. At least Fabiano agreed with you and played queen f7 just after your suggestion.
I'm glad to hear that. One move that White could have considered and may look scary to the audience could have been knight to g6 instead of queen e2, because it may look like you just trapped your own rook on f8 and you have a problem. But because of the fact this queen on h5 is hanging and the knight, that means the knight on g6 is pinned, you're able to move the rook from e8 and then safely move the rook from f8. So
Yeah,
that's why it's not a
yeah,
problem.
that's true indeed. So we can try out rook d8, just leaving the knight on g6, like being more or less useless, to say the least. Or we can also try it in the active way, play knight e5 and just trading the knights off the board, and like f2 pawn becomes a real target in the upcoming future. So knight g6, like, well, obviously the move has some sense, but it's not that scary as it like seems to be at first glance. So queen e2, quite reasonable attempt to maintain the attention on the board. Well, but undoubtedly black is pressing, black is exchange up, and so we are kind of looking forward to Fabiano to show his magnificent technique.
Absolutely. And he is also ahead on the clock. But Alireza has been speeding up a lot the last couple of moves because he's aware that he needs to make a couple of moves still to get to the first time control.
Yeah, that's true indeed. And for Alireza, it's getting so tough. So he was like the most expected player to be the contender for the World Championship title, at least after his like great outcomes, after his great successes in some tournaments like European Team Championship, where he had an outstanding performance, having 8 out of 9 on board one, which like
Mm-hmm.
it even sounds like marvelous. It's incredible to score 8 out of 9 on board one. Like even on board 5 or board 4, 8 out of 9 would be an outstanding result, but 8 out of 9 probably it is one of the best like like I don't know, franchise performances like throughout the years. So yeah, maybe obviously Firouzja is playing a little bit lower than they've expected, like the audience expected him to play, and like probably he cannot really resist the tension. I mean, of media. Like he's very young, he's not that experienced, but in fact he's a great chess player. But
Mm-hmm.
I think we have to admit that Magnus Carlsen said that he is only willing to play World Championship match only in case if Alireza wins the candidates tournament. But I've been scrolling down the statistics, and statistical wise, the score is not in favor of Alireza. I think he's like more than -10 in all time controls and all games played, like including internet games. So, what is your opinion? Like, who would rather? I mean, how mm, is it possible for Magnus not playing, not keeping his crown in his hands, if Alireza not win, if he doesn't win the candidates tournament?
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like it would be very upsetting and also bad for chess if Magnus decides to not play in the World Championship anymore, because he has been providing so much insights, and his chess is outstanding. So it would be a pity if he would not be competing anymore. but I do really hope it was sort of a motivation for like Alireza to play better, and that it's like not that serious, because I would love to see Magnus play another world championship match.
Yeah, of course. And I think we've discussed with a little bit that probably money-wise, the match against Hikaru Nakamura would be more profitable for chess, like taking into the account that Hikaru is the famous Twitch streamer, like the most viewable in terms of if we just type chess, like Nakamura probably in some parts of the world is even more popular than Magnus.
Yeah, so
So
that if a match like that would happen, it would be very exciting. But Hikaru is also um, not like having high chances to win the candidates as of now. So he also needs to step up if he wants to have a chance to win the candidates.
yeah, and now I think the another question arises. I'm very curious to ask you, like in your point of view, what is the most? I know you're being a chess streamer as well, like a chess professional player. So I think the spectators would love you to share your like opinion about streaming, like how difficult is it, what is the best thing in streaming, what is the easiest, what is the hardest thing, and what is your like plan, how you will develop your channel and your source.
Yes, I find streaming like a lot of fun because besides being able to play chess, you have this social interaction, which is really rare in chess because obviously when we play tournaments over the board, it's very quiet. You have very little interaction with people, and you also want to focus on your game. So you don't really have the opportunity to have this social interaction. And when you're streaming, you have this social interaction, and it makes the game so much more fun and enjoyable because we all know from tournaments they can be really stressful, and it matters a lot. Like the rating matters a lot, titles matter a lot, and obviously prize money. So there's a lot at stake. But when you play chess on stream, like there's not much at stake. You just have fun, and in a way you're also practicing the game because in the past years that I've streamed, I haven't played that much chess ever. Obviously, I've played chess all my life, but in the 2 years, I've played so many games that it definitely outnumbers what I've played so far. So, yeah, I've been more and more involved into chess because of this, and I've been enjoying chess much more like this. And I also like got my motivation and confidence back to go back into chess because previously I was losing quite a lot of rating and it was not so fun anymore to play chess. But streaming really brought me back to chess and makes me want to compete again and play all sorts of tournaments. So I feel like there's like a lot of pros to streaming. But obviously there's also a lot of cons. You are exposing yourself like online, like there's a lot of people watching, you don't know who's watching, and you can become like a target of like negative comments and all sorts of things. So the drawback to this is that people show up in your comments or anything like that, and they can be, well, there's a lot of positive people but also a lot of negative people. So it's really important that you're able to ignore those comments because yeah, it can be quite devastating. But yeah, I really like enjoy streaming, and I'm really happy that I started this journey.
Well, I'm very curious if you already met a person who acknowledged you on the street, like, oh, I saw your stream, I want to take a picture with you.
I don't think that happened just yet, especially because I I have a like I don't have a big community from the Netherlands. There's a lot of people in my community from the Netherlands, but it's not so big. And I've met a few people from my community already because they visit the tournament or something like that. But I haven't been noticed yet on the street as a like as they that they would know me from my streams, etc. And it also doesn't help that I don't stream in Dutch, because if I would stream in Dutch, maybe they would there would be more people, Dutch people in my community, and they would notice me more. But because my audience is like so international, it's it doesn't really happen that they recognize me just yet. But yeah, maybe in the future. But I definitely have met a few people.
Well, yeah, that sounds great. So, yeah, I think
Mm-hmm.
it helped out. I think this question arises not only for me, for a lot of people who are currently watching us. I think they're at least they thought once what would be if they started streaming chess. So it's not senseless at all. It's a good idea, and actually
Mm-hmm.
it's a good way how to make chess being more popular and to popularize yourself as well. So well,
Mm-hmm.
great. I think it's a great beginning. When we wish you good luck on that. That's cool.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have you ever considered streaming, or have you actually streamed
No,
yourself?
never. I've never made any kind of chess stream. Once I think we were obliged because it was a kind of sponsorship agreement, and we on
Mm-hmm.
like very well-known channel Levitov Chess, we had to play with the subscribers for 2 hours each. So it was
Mm.
only our duty for his help um, to our team. So I was a captain of
Mm-hmm.
a team in a Russian team championship. I think we've done quite good despite having a very, very young team, but our team was very, very strong. So in various years, we had even Jan Nepomniachtchi playing for my team in the Russian Rapid Chess Championship back to 2018, if I'm not mistaken. So we have
Mm-hmm.
a lot of like big names throughout the years. But well, like
Oh,
being like finding sponsorship, it's not an easy task, obviously nowadays,
yeah.
especially like in Russia, especially and I think in all Europe. So I decided just to stop being a team manager, a team captain. It's also I played the tournaments where I've been managing the team, so it's not that easy. But it's very interesting, I would say so. But I've never done like professional streaming. I think we've like twice or thrice, like me and my mates decided just to stream chess a little bit, but I've never made anything of it. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just a hobby, like with no benefit in terms of like money wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, like yeah, obviously I've been thinking of that, but I think yeah, I'm very ambitious in chess. So I've been stuck to like
Mm-hmm.
on 2500 trading for years, and now like finally I broke through like 2600 like line, and I'm very
Mm-hmm.
motivated. I'm eager to keep working, and I think like with the hard work and being very diligent, nothing is impossible.
I believe so too. And yeah, I also wish you good luck on that journey, because yeah, I also believe working hard will pay off. So I believe you got this.
Well, we'll figure it out. At least I try to show up with some interesting games, and that's the way how we all chess players try to put our names in the like in some invisible lists of the people who made something interesting in the world.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop g4,
True.
I think we've been lacking attention on the Firouzja Fabiano game, and you know the game is heating up. So Fabiano decided to be greedy and took the pawn on a2, knight
Mm-hmm.
g6, rook f7, knight f4, queen b3, and bishop g4 with a very obvious idea of pinning the rooks after bishop h5. Like it's could be a bit annoying for black. So at least we have to admit that Firouzja, despite being worse, came up with a very interesting decision.
Yeah, so would you say that the move like rook d8 could be considered? I mean, obviously to trade rooks, but also because you want to get out of this threat of bishop h5.
Yeah, that's a good question. After rook d8, probably like strategically wise, I think white have to avoid the rook trade, but it's not like that clear how we can resist from it. So mm, rook d8. So it's rook if rook e1. I think it's rather unpleasant after knight e5 or knight d4. I mean, some knight jumps can be a real threat. Maybe knight e5 is a deeper mm, decision because like the bishop is hanging if queen e4, then knight takes g4, just rook up. And if bishop h5, at least we can distract the attention of bishop attacking the rook, playing knight f3. So kind of forcing white to take on f3 and then queen f3. I think black finally receive they want what they want. They receive the endgame, which is like completely winning for them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it means that rook d8 is a very, very valid move. So, at least in terms of like the idea, like if rook d8, knight d8, like white may try to use the no, but like e3 was played instead of rook d8, like a very
Mm.
rigged decision to just to solve all things out instantly.
Yeah, and king g2 is solving the problem because e takes f2 check was the threat.
Mhm.
And you don't want to, it's not losing material, but you don't want to expose your king that much because queen takes f2 was possible. But yeah, king g2 seems like a very safe move to avoid the check at least. And it also pins the pawn now on e3, so black needs to look out for that.
Yeah, you're right. That's correct. So after king g2, I mean, it's not that clear how black should proceed. Like the only drawback of e3, what I see that it gives white an idea to put the bishop on f3, creating a very certain threat of playing bishop d5. And now it's time for black to, well, at least to be aware of it. So how to prevent bishop f3, I don't know, but maybe some rook move or queen move. It's like maybe we can try to prepare e takes f2, just protecting the rook on e8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, perhaps I was thinking of rook f e7, but I'm once again worried of bishop f3, and you're still facing the threat of bishop d5 check.
Well, it's still very, very controversial because e takes f2. I'm not sure if it is like a bad decision because after bishop d5 there is a very obscure trick of taking with the queen with a check, and now rook e2 is hanging and probably black is just piece up. So rook f e7 like is a really, I think it's a good decision and it can be played by Fabiano. But rook d8 is played instead of rook e7. I'm a little bit puzzled why e3 king g2 inclusion. No, but maybe it's not the census. Maybe he didn't want to play rook d1 at rook d8 at once after bishop b4 because the pawn on e4 was hanging. And now it means that after e3 he already mm, like exploited the weakness of white's king, and after king g2 he can play rook d8. That's what he done.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the current position. So well, obviously black is still better. I don't know how much they're better, but they are better because of the next exchange, having no risk. They have to solve out the knight issue. They need to put it on e5. When they'll be able to put their knight to e5, they'll be just winning, in my point of view. S-
Yeah, and white's pawns are not the best pawns either because a pawn b2 is weak, pawn e3 is currently weak, and the pawn on f5 could be a problem, but for the time being, it's just fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can use these drawbacks by force, because probably after rook c7, creating a threat of playing rook c2, white can simply play king h3, and it might be their king still feels somehow safe. Then the line is not over. It may be knight f7, and like intuitively, it feels like black is just doing great, maybe like already winning. Like knight e6 is the move, but then we can play rook c2, creating a threat of queen b2, then the mate on h2 may come. So it's not that clear. Like rook c7 is the candidate move, but rook c7 is played indeed.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so king h3 is played also. And then knight f7 is somewhat I don't understand how white will respond to. Well, we can try out rook c2 at once, but like the only thing that was bothering me that like the knight, well, but rook c2 is also a good option. Like queen d3 just fixes the losing position after queen d3, knight d3, rook d2. There is no necessity to calculate other lines because this one is
Yeah.
technically winning. And it's like the only difference is between knight f7 and rook c2 immediately. Maybe knight f7, probably allowing some additional moves for white, but I would rather play knight f7. Like it looks very, like in terms of harmony, it looks very just fine. Knight f7 is played. Um,
Sorry.
oh no, it's all right. Yeah, I saw they had some sound issues. So
Yeah, I pressed
if
the button accidentally, but I was saying that it's interesting that knight g5 check is a possible threat, and after king h4, the king is on a very odd place.
yeah, it becomes very vulnerable.
Yeah. So, by the way, I believe we have two results actually. I was going to mention one, but we got two results. The game between Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren ended in a draw, as well as Radjabov against Rapport.
Yeah, let's take a brief look on both games, and somehow, like again, intuitively, it feels like Nepomniachtchi also having a wonderful position, probably winning. So let's take a brief look on, I think, Radjabov game against Rapport first. I think it's already been an endgame. Yeah, just that was the very moment we've stopped analyzing the position of bishop b7. And bishop c5 was played, rook e8 instead of rook f5. Yeah, but obviously rook f5 in that position, especially in this position, wasn't a good idea because of bishop b6 and the back rank issue arises.
Yeah.
So rook e8, bishop d6, king c8. Yeah, all pieces look so like awkwardly placed, but black is 2 pawns up, and probably that's enough to maintain the inequality on the board. So rook g4, rook f1, aiming rook f7, like intrusion, rook h4, giving up another pawn, rook e4, rook f7, and then like the perpetual is absolutely unavoidable, and the players agreed on draw. Wow, that's actually it was a very interesting game despite the very very calm, peaceful result as a draw is. So we've got some blood in this particular game after King f1. I mean, the whole game was such a mess, and I would say I enjoyed it a lot. It really suits my style of play, and I think for you folks, it also entertains a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, all right. So that's the game between Radjabov and Rapport, and let's take a brief look on Nakamura game against Ding Liren, because we assume that it's a bit unpleasant to play with white pieces because of d4 pawn, but somehow Nakamura got over it, and after d3 rook e1, I think we've analyzed this position. Queen b5,
Mm-hmm.
wow. Then queen h5 was played instead of bishop h6, so somehow bishop h6 wasn't a move. I'm not quite sure why it was declined in the calculations by Hikaru. Maybe d2.
Yeah. I guess that was part of the problem, and then you can take on b2, but not very convinced just yet.
Yeah, like d2, probably we still can take on d2 and then play rook e2. Well, it looks very, very vulnerable at the first glance, but still, the black's play has to be proven. Maybe queen b2 solved the issue. I don't know. But anyway, queen h5 was the move. Queen b2, then bishop h6, and here we go. So probably avoiding d2. I mean, the difference that after bishop h6, d2 can be played at once. Probably queen h5 was a bit more precise. Bishop h6 and d2, rook d1, rook d5, and then the perpetual happened in the game. Trying to figure out what was wrong with king e7, probably queen f6, and black cannot really avoid the perpetual because after king d7 there is queen f7. Uh, let's say it's a triple attack, very unpleasant check, and black has to give up the rook.
Mm-hmm.
And like such a bloody game again ended up in a draw. And we've got two results, and Alireza suffering in a very unpleasant position. And let's take a look on Nepomniachtchi because probably he can steal the show today, uh, putting himself in +3 position.
Okay, let's have a look. A lot happened over there.
Yeah, so this is the current position. Wow. So there's only one pawn remaining on the h7, but somehow I feel white should be winning because like there is a massive attack on the king side, and black is lacking protection on f8 and g7, like squares. Both it looks very, very risky business to deal with for black.
Absolutely. And black needs to keep an eye on the square f8 because if the queen leaves the diagonal, then rook f8 will be checkmate in a few moves. So
Yeah, so it clearly shows off in this particular line. It's just mate in 3. So like the only considerable options is any kind of retreat with the queen or probably d3 move. So it's like queen d6, queen c5, queen b4, and d3 are the remaining considerable options. But well, after rook g3, Duda resigned. So like rook
wow.
g7 threat was unavoidable. And let's
Mm-hmm.
take, wow, we've got 3 results in a row. And let's take that.
Yeah.
That's quite good for all of us because we like we are reaching two goals at the same time. So the games end up quite quickly because I think all of us don't like long, boring games. And we've got a decisive result, and Nepomniachtchi is stealing the show today. G6, E takes f5, G takes h7, King h8, Rook b1. With that particular order of move, White is leading to it is heading to like probably a winning position. Rook f5. Wow, another tactical blow. Queen f5 is not possible because of the mating threat on g7.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why queen h6 was played, king g1, rook a2, rook f7, rook a1, bishop f1. That's the rule that in attacking positions you have to keep as many pieces as you can. And the point being that the pawn h7, the last remaining pawn, is untouchable, because if king h7, there is a very like nasty move, rook h5, and black's queen is pinned. You cannot capture the rook because of the mate.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it looks crushing.
yeah, and I'm trying to figure out what is the threatened threat in this particular position. So in case of, like, let's say rook e8, like what is the move? Probably still rook h5 is hanging with the same
Mm-hmm.
ideas, and if queen e3, it's not possible because of the mate on f8. So probably rook h5 is mm, well, above all, rook h5 like is the main idea, no matter how black will respond. After bishop f1, d4 was played, rook g5, another threat. So I'm trying to figure out, probably rook h5 was a bit premature because of queen e3, and so with rook on 8th rank, nothing is really threatening. So rook
Yeah.
g5 blocking the way to e3 square, then queen d6. Well, and if queen e6, I'm trying to solve out what was the white's idea, because I'm still aiming to play queen g3.
Perhaps you can take on g7 with that rook,
Yeah, with
yeah.
f3 we have, if rook queen e3, we have queen e3, g takes e3. I'm still not convinced that it works, because after rook g8, have found out that we can play e2 in the end, and we have tables turned probably.
That is a quite dangerous threat, yeah, and you can't really stop it.
So maybe we have to be a bit more precise after queen e6. I'm trying to figure out what is the best continuation this line.
Is there any chance that you don't capture on e3? So you just move the king?
Yeah, it can be.
King
So
h2 maybe.
king h2, valid point, right? So once again, if queen takes g3, we just keep the same threat, taken with the king, either with the rook, both, and yeah, I think that is the line, like rook d6, kind of avoiding that we have bishop. No, bishop d3 is a bit premature, but I assume there is like rook f7, like crushing, like it has to be winning undoubtedly.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d6 was played instead, queen f2, like keeping the tension, keeping all the pieces on the board, being the piece up. Queen a3, well, that's the bit, well, I can't say it's ridiculous because it's seeming the position is lost, but probably white is not threatening anything by force. So let's figure out what was wrong with d3. Was it any kind of like direct refutation? Maybe rook fg7, rook g8, yeah. It's
Mm-hmm.
so unpleasant for black to have this position. Queen a3, rook g3, and Duda decided to give up the game. And Nepomniachtchi having +3 in tournament currently. Well, I'm very curious about the current bets, like for the winner of like the candidates event. Nepomniachtchi is doing so far so good, and it's like probably Caruana today winning with black against Alireza could be the only one who can really reach Nepomniachtchi at this very moment of the tournament. So if Caruana wins, he'll be just like he will be literally breathing behind his back and being +2 and being like in a half-point distance uh, with Jan. So we have the last remaining game of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So far, Nepomniachtchi being the only victorious. We're switching
Yeah.
to Firouzja against Fabiano. This is the current position. Rook c2 is played. Bishop f3, rook c2 were the moves.
Oh, and Firouzja is down to 2 minutes, and he has been spending quite some time here. He has only 2 minutes for,
6 moves.
I believe, 6 moves. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It won't be easy for him, to say the least. Probably he's already lost. Well, but knight g5 check, I'm not sure it was like necessary decision,
Mm-hmm.
while Caruana still has 10 minutes in his disposal, but he opts for knight g5, king g4, knight f3, and I'm very curious if white is obliged to take on f3. Probably yes. I've been a bit puzzled with queen d8, king h7, knight g6, but probably it's too much. At least,
Maybe you have knight e5
at
check.
least because of knight e5, you're right. Definitely. Well, like
It does
still,
look somewhat scary.
well, like queen d8, king h7 is still played. I mean, wow, we've got such an
Okay.
entertainment in the game on the board. King f3. Well, the point is quite clear because king f3 at once wasn't possible because of rook f2, the discovered check that hurts so much. So we're
Mm-hmm.
just simply giving up the queen. Yeah, I'll just switch off the. Yeah, king f3, rook f2. Just a very. Yeah, it's a low blow. It's very bad thing for white to receive on the board. Like queen d8, king h7, king f3 is already played, and Caruana takes his time. Like this position seems to me like pretty much technical, but maybe not like that clear how they will proceed.
Yeah.
So if
Yeah. I'm guessing maybe you can play rook c5 to attack the pawn on f5. Because I think if you're able to get rid of the pawn on f5, you will be able to um consolidate and survive this knight g6 move at least.
yeah, strategically wise, rook c5 is a very a very decent move. Well, I don't see any kind of refutation. Maybe g4 would be the
Mm-hmm.
follow-up. Then you can try out some moves like rook e5. No,
Yeah.
but this is somewhat I don't like to receive because of queen d4, knight e6 is coming. Probably it's not like exactly what we want to have
Mm-hmm.
with black. So after king f3, there might be other move for black.
Yeah, you simply captured on b2
Yeah, it's
with
like,
the queen.
and then we start calculating the line after knight g6, like whether we are like it's quite difficult to have a draw there because like white is threatening mate in one, which is absolutely unavoidable in order if you are not mating by yourself. So that's a kind of a very peculiar position where I think the perpetual is like the thing is the mm, so like you would unlikely to receive on the board. So like rook f2, and it's absolutely double-edged because we don't know if black is winning or white is winning.
Absolutely. Yeah, and after king g4,
Yeah,
is
there is a
there
mate
queen e2
probably.
check?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're just mating. And if queen e4, then we've got
I believe queen c2.
yeah, we've got rid of the pawn on f5. Like if king e5, we take with any piece, and if king d4, yeah. So this position, yeah, tends to be winning for black in case of queen b2 and knight g8. But then it means that queen b2, like like queen b2 is played, so Caruana already calculated all of the stuff. Yeah, and this position is like has to be absolutely winning. Like queen f6, kind of provoking e4 or g4. But like if g4, then queen c6 winning on the spot.
Exactly.
Then e4 has to be played, and I'm very interested in like if whether Caruana came up with some forced way to to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's still not that clear. We can still play queen c6. White has two valid options like queen e7 or queen e5, because after queen f7, at least I thought we can try out rook c3.
Mm-hmm.
King has to retreat to no, but we have no that yeah, if king goes anywhere, yeah, probably king f2 is more logical because of king g4 we play king e4 and even pin the knight.
Mm-hmm.
But then like f6 appears probably. No, but
Oh
no,
yeah, that's pretty bad.
yeah, you're right. So at least it's not like that clear after f6.
Mm-hmm.
White would like to stand the chance like that after queen e4 f6. Well, then I think this is the current position. After e4, queen c6 has to be calculated with precise.
Yeah, and it's not so clear because the king feels at least a bit safer on f3 now, and it can always escape to g4. And this knight g6 threat is really disturbing for black.
Well, let's calculate all the first moves, starting with rook c3.
Mm-hmm.
No, but rook h2 is played instead. Well, like I don't
Oh,
know why the most logical move, like we've considered the less rook h2. Yeah, it's logical enough.
I guess it's because after knight g6 now there's queen c3 check, and you will slowly run into checkmate. So the king is cut off by the rook. So yeah, I guess that's why.
That's a good explanation of why rook h2 is possible. So white cannot create even a single direct threat, and black can make some kind of pawn feast, just being greedy, taking all the pawns in the second rank. Rook h2, yeah, it's quite an unpleasant position.
And Alireza needs to move in 30 seconds, otherwise he will run out of time.
Yeah,
It's the last move of the time control.
yeah, and a crucial one in order to at least have to create a problem for Caruana, because black's position remains very, very solid. Maybe knight d5 or knight e6 are the moves, otherwise white simply has to resign.
Okay, oh, it seems like queen d7 has been played.
Yeah,
Oof, with 3 seconds left on the clock.
yeah, that's true.
Oof.
Yeah, very,
And
very nervous moment for Alireza. Being such low on time in most of the games in this tournament, I'm very surprised with this. With I would say with his velocity of the game.
yeah, and it seems like a quite clever move to play queen d7 because he's attacking the pawns on the 7th rank. And he's also making sure that after a check like queen c3 check, you might be able to cover with the knight on d3.
Well, 93 probably could be possible, but unless there is like rook d2, I think
Mm-hmm.
even the pawn's endgame is like could already be lost for white.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just to show it for the spectators, after queen d3, king d3, like g6 might be winning, or like any move. I think any move is winning. Maybe h5 is the most precise because we're fixing the g3 pawn, then we create a post pawn pushing g5.
Mm-hmm.
So it's rather winning for black, and queen d7, queen c3, like therefore it's a very valid alternative. Maybe king g4 has to be played. And then I'm a little bit struggling with the continuation. So how we should follow it up?
Hmm. Yeah, the first move that comes to mind is h5, but it feels like you're rushing with that a bit too much if you do that right away, because I don't see how to punish that if knight takes h5 happens. The queen on c3 feels a little bit misplaced.
Yeah, that's correct. And the knight tends to be a very good defender and also attacking piece. So it's it has its multitask piece after knight king g4. So we're lacking of checks a little bit.
Right, and that begs the question. Maybe it's a good idea to move the queen elsewhere so you are able to give those checks when needed.
Yeah, it's like queen d2. Fair point. Creating a threat of
Mm-hmm.
queen d1 on one hand, and well, if white trades, obviously it's absolutely lost because like these pawns are unstoppable. Even if not queen
Mm-hmm.
d2, a5 is, I think it's a good move, unless knight e6 is working. So after check, yeah, I think king g4 and uh, I think queen d2 is a move to make, and I think this position is absolutely winning because queen d1 is a very unpleasant threat. If queen a4, which looks very ridiculous in terms of counterplay chances, then we can make any kind of move, including b5.
Mm-hmm. And I guess even in that situation, you can already play h5 because you have the checks required to win.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean like h5, and if king g5,
There's queen d8.
yeah, there's queen d8. Nice board vision because usually like long checks are can
Yeah.
hide away from like the eye,
Mm-hmm.
from the vision. So I think I expect queen d2 to be played because I think that's the easiest way how to convert the material advantage, just to create a pair of threats. Queen d2 is played,
Mm-hmm.
and well, I think it's time for Alireza to resign. Like s- we should will. I feel very sorry for him, but I think there is no way how to proceed, how to keep fighting.
Yeah, this is really difficult to defend, pretty much impossible. So, and he also doesn't have any sort of attacks anymore. So, Queen D2 is a really devastating move
Yeah,
for White.
just cooling down White's initiative on the king side.
Yeah, and even after Queen trade, this E pawn will not be able to get really far. This the Black King is too close, and there's too many pawns on the Queen side that will also turn into a queen.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so I think after queen d2, there's nothing left chess-wise we can talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And queen a4 is played, so that's the last attempt just to maintain the queens on the board. I think b5 is like pretty much convincing. Also, queen c2 can be played. I would rather include b5, and then if queen b3, well, any move, any sort of move.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe from the technical point of view, after queen a4, queen c2, no, queen c2 first is more reasonable option, unless you have queen d4. Well, b5, there is nothing wrong with b5. Probably queen a4 is really the last chance. Like queen b5, queen b3.
Yeah.
And once again, I think there is nothing wrong with the idea of playing h5. So I think
Maybe
you're,
king f. Oh, if king f3, it's rook f2 checkmate. So that also doesn't work.
yeah, and queen f2 as well.
Queen
So,
f2 as well.
and if king g5, once again, if knight h5, then we make a check on e2 and
Mm-hmm.
taking the knight and winning the game. And if king g5, you already mentioned that queen d8 is just winning by 4. So I think h5 is not a difficult move to make. And I think this is the easiest way to convert the
Yep.
advantage. So I do expect, I think queen a4, he didn't even wait for Fabiano to make a move. So Alireza decided to resign, and we've got
Oh wow.
two decisive games. So your appearance bring mm, more like decisiveness, I would say so. And
I'm happy to hear that.
yeah, so if we for like if we continue the same way, I think we will have pretty nice tournament in terms of the games won. I mean, it's very entertaining for commentators and spectators as well, but obviously not for the players who suffer and trying to get over the losses. So we've got two leaders trying to get away from the like distancing away from the rest
Mm-hmm.
of the tournament. And kudos to Fabiano and Jan winning their games. And I think we will have this kind of the battle between those two lads till the very end. And I think we should remind the cross table after the round 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so after this round, as you mentioned, Jan and Fabiano will be the leaders. Jan will have 4.5 points out of 6, half point ahead of Fabiano. Fabiano has 4 points out of 6, and then a couple of players follow with 3 points. I believe Radjabov-Rapport, Hikaru Nakamura, and oh, that's it, because Duda did not win.
Yeah.
Duda did not draw either. So Duda is behind with 2.5 points, and the others follow as well. Ding with 2.5 as well, and the others have. Alireza has 2 points, and
So Rapport
Radjabov has 2.5
Rapport
too.
having 50% score is on the clear third place in the tournament. That's a little bit
Mm-hmm.
peculiar. Yeah, and it's very unexpected that Firouzja would fall down to -2. But well,
Yeah.
he has energy, he has fighting spirit. We do expect him to bounce back as soon as possible. But today obviously wasn't his day. Caruana and Nepomniachtchi carrying the day, winning their games. Radjabov-Rapport was an interesting game, but unfortunately for spectators and us, ended in a draw. Nakamura-Ding, another draw, not less entertaining. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, in a very convincing way, winning his clash of Jans against Jan-Krzystof Duda.
Yeah, and the games were really exciting. Even the draws were really interesting, really exciting. So we saw a lot of aggressive play today, and I feel like even the most calm game, the game between Hikaru and Ding Liren, was one of the most calm ones. But still, there was quite some tension going on. So it could have gone either way in that game as well.
Yeah, it could easily swing to from one direction to another. So I agree with you today. We had four very entertaining games, and we should admit that this tournament entertains us a lot with the games full of interesting ideas and the fighting spirits shown shown up by the participants. So, and I think it's pretty much all for today. It's been quite an easy day in the office. That's one of my favorite things that I like to end up with our streams on World Chess, and well, we expect that sort of games we had today, and we kindly ask you, and we rather strongly recommend you be to be in touch with us and follow World Chess. And tomorrow, I think we and chess players having a rest day. And
Correct.
next time we meet 3 p.m., 25th of June, Berlin, Paris, Madrid time, FIDE candidates 2022. It was great to have you here on Commentary Boost and Anna-Maja, and I'm looking forward to see you on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I will be back on the next round as well. So it was a pleasure commentating with you, Daniil. I had a lot of fun, and we had some great, exciting games today. So that made it also amazing. Thank you so much for those who are in the chat. Whether you are on YouTube, on Twitch, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel World Chess, and on Twitch, World Chess TV. And hope to see you on Saturday on the next round of the FIDE Candidates 2022.
Yeah, all right.